the nicest thing about this group today, other than the fact that it's just a little group, is that everything you all have said about your projects for an extraordinary book is that you are all, as I am myself, in a hybrid medium. It is not a picture book. It is not a portfolio. It is a story. And that's what I feel very strongly about. Our mutual benefit backgrounds and the benefit of PPA is, of course, that it teaches you that your images must tell stories. Well, in the case of all of our projects, which involve art and time and places and memories, uh, the pictures need to have words that go along with them. The words don't supersede the pictures, nor vice versa, but they add something that is more than the sum of the parts. And what you will come away with eventually is literally a sculptural piece in multiple media that you can hold in your arms. And that, of course, is the reason to publish a book and not just to have a one-off uh, uh, album that we are more familiar with in PPA, namely for portraiture or family or wedding or bar mitzvah or whatever. So that's the step that we have all come through, I believe, as people who photograph people primarily, originally, and then just moving into this whole thing. What is our legacy? What is the lasting imprint that we want to provide for a wider audience? Okay, so with that in mind, um, let's get started with just a few thoughts from those multiple PDFs that I sent you, uh, talking about the questions. Where on earth do you begin? And I think Lisa has made so many steps, like baby steps toward the book, but now all of a sudden she says, what do I do? Because this is an entirely new project. Sandra, your project in Jones, you already have a body of work, and that's way important. So one of the first step is, how many pictures do you need? What do you think? Um, Sandra, what have you got in your library of Route 6? Uh, what do you, how much do you have?
I have thousands of images. Not necessarily. As I said, I drive cross country pretty frequently, and there's some parts of the country that I've been to a few times. So I have a lot of images, but I don't have enough images. I don't necessarily have what I want for this project. So yeah, I don't have the number that I need because it's not a matter of the number. It's a matter of having the right images for this project.
Yes, you need the continuity and the total content. You have holes that you need
Lots of them.
to fill. Okay.
And I still haven't decided, Route 6, I could be taking pictures from every 2 seconds of Route 6, but I haven't winnowed it down to particular stops along Route 6 that are worth photographing or worth talking about. Because then I think, as you were saying, it does come back to story. What are those interesting stories that I want to tell about Route 6?
And maybe some of those stories are about very ordinary things.
Could
The
be, could be. I mean,
that
as an example, I know Leadville, I'm pretty confident Leadville, Colorado is on Route 6. And that, I remember exploring it at one point, and there's a very interesting history over there that I think I do want to include in this book. Um, but when I explored it, it was many years ago, and my photographic skills weren't so great. So it's one of those places that I need to revisit and get the photos that I actually want for the story that I have yet to determine that I'm going to
you and I
tell.
are going to make a trip to Leadville. I can
Well,
see it right now. We're going to make a photo safari. The husband of one of my clients is actually the historian of Leadville.
oh,
and wrote a book about it. So we have some contact to, surprisingly, to help you write
Fantastic.
so that sounds grand. Um, we will address where you need to go. Your next step, I know exactly how to help you begin to organize. Now,
Thank
Joan,
you.
what about your dad's work? Um, I was listening carefully, and I thought I heard that you have not only his artwork, but you have a collection of Native Hawaiian work that is like a small museum that you wish to include?
No, he is he's written. So for every image I have, he's written information about, Hawaiian lore or his family or whatever. So it's either his artwork, and every piece of artwork has a story that goes with it. And we have, I think it's 120 pieces of art, with each one has a story.
You've got a lot more of what you need right off, but the
Yes.
organization will be
Yes.
a nightmare.
Yeah.
And what you will need of, he probably has his own voice in his writing, just as
Yes.
in his artwork. Yet at this point, you will need a either yourself or someone in the family or someone of your choosing. You are going to need a first-class editor to
Yep.
do that and format it in the way that it is easy to read and that it is so enthralling that people don't want to just flip through and look at the pictures, that they want to read as well.
Right. Right.
That's the problem that most
Right.
of them have. If there's commentary, it's just a sea of black type, and nobody's going to read a thing. So
Right.
that's part of your concern at this point.
And we're good on that because I have dual degrees in writing. I have a degree in journalism and a degree in creative writing, and I've actually written 28 books, 8 now of which won national awards. So I'm good at, I got that. I got that. But my dad is an amazing writer, so he makes my job easy.
We didn't know we were in the presence of royalty, ladies. Well, they probably know this book.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And
Yep.
you see where my work, because this scholarly work that I am currently editing has
Right.
million footnotes, and the formatting is just a bear. And of course, being a photojournalist, I was AP, thank you very much. And
Yes. Yeah.
you really need to proceed to be in the Chicago Manual of Style. That's something, as you write, Sandra, do you write AP, or how do you format it when you write for your blogs?
So blogging is a whole different animal, right? So, you know how you learned that way back when in school that you have that 5 sentence paragraph, and that's how, your typical system for writing. Blogging, if you put in more than 2 sentences in a paragraph, it's too long. You lose your audience, you lose SEO, you lose page views. It's a completely different thing. So just like in journalism, you want your nut graph, you want your little bit of a hook at the beginning. So those things are similar, but in terms of formatting, you're not following either Chicago or AP. It's all about SEO.
She's got a great point there. And in actual fact, I will tell you that as I started writing and working through things, I found ways. I've done probably some 350 technical blogs for websites, photographic websites that are now all defunct, including one that was owned by Barnes and Noble. They decided that it was well, we actually got paid. Not a lot, but we did get paid. And they decided they weren't going to finance that anymore. There are ways that to build upon your experience in blogging and to separate paragraphs and using subheads that works very well for all of these projects that we're talking about today. So, moving on to Lisa's project of birds. So how many birds are there, please?
Sorry, I'm muting because the cat's squirming around. She's starting to settle down.
When are we going to see the cat?
Well,
I
I'll
love
show her to you.
kitties.
Okay, I'll show you. Didn't see her.
No.
So
Oh
she's
my goodness.
about 2 months old.
Oh,
She's
oh,
absolutely adorable. We love her.
oh, he's beautiful.
She
Oh my
purrs and
goodness.
purrs. She wakes me up cuddling and purring. And well, we're only 1 week in, so hopefully it'll continue. But
Oh,
anyway, I was
okay,
on
sorry.
an
I just
all
had to
day.
see.
I was on an all day
Don't worry,
one day, a couple of days ago, and you'll see her tail come across the front. I have a piece of cardboard on my keyboard, so when she walks across, it doesn't turn things off and do wonky things. But
Right.
she is starting to settle. You know, they go through the Zoom phase where they zoom for half an hour. And
Well,
she's peeking over my desk at me. But anyway, so to keep you from being distracted, I will at times be turning off mute and the video. Anyway, back to Sarah's question.
yeah. So
After culling tens of thousands.
Okay, that might be a bit much.
Well, tens of thousands different kinds of birds, though, or is there like maybe a number of kinds of birds? I think she's frozen.
Lisa, you're frozen. Well, maybe the cat
The
hits.
cat must have messed with the keyboard after all.
Well, let's move ahead and come back to her. So one of the questions I get asked a lot is, are there standards of size, shape, quantity of imagery or pages? Of course there aren't, but it would be helpful maybe at this juncture to take a couple of moments and show you some books that I feel are either successful or not successful, and to discuss the why. And again, remembering we're trying to go through just a huge amount of stuff, and I'm so sorry you can't feel the goods, but let's look at some specific things here. Here's one of my favorite books, and you know what? I am going to take me off of a picture in the virtual background because then we can see these items much better.
Oh.
John Fielder is a particularly well-known landscape photographer in Colorado. Honestly, I don't care for his color pictures, but I do care for this book, which I think is absolutely astonishing. It is what they call a puffy cover, so it is a faux leather, but it has a squeezability of it.
Mm.
This is all indented, so debossed lettering with silver stamping, and then the picture is actually tipped on to the front, glued on. So there's no dust cover. It's quite extraordinary, very contemporary, and it just, well, I can't say enough for it. And it's big, so it is a coffee table book. I think that all of these projects we're talking about today are worthy of coffee table books.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the pitfalls is, okay, so how big is it going to be? And I'm going to measure this one for you in a moment. But look at what he has done. You see how he has commentary at the bottom of the page and then the images. He does have some panoramas, and let me see if I can find something quickly. At any rate, the quality throughout is the big continuity question that is so important to everyone. If you're going to have the images, they have to look like they go together, even if the subjects are quite disparate or the lighting is quite disparate. They still have to have in two dimensions a continuity that does not shock the viewer and say something's wrong here. Now, Joan, because most of it is reproduction,
Right.
you're not going to have so much of that problem. But I would suggest that in addition to the reproductions of the art, you think about some scenic pictures from the areas that your father was from originally, or areas that meant something emotionally.
Right.
Oh, I need to readmit, Lisa, obviously, the kitten on the keys did something. So there she is. Okay, let's see here.
What part of Hawaii was your father from, or is your father from?
Well, from Oahu, Honolulu, his father's family was one of the first ones that they had the dray horses that would bring up everything that unloaded from the ships. But he's actually a descendant of 4 different Hawaii families. And then they also had cattle ranches on the Big Island.
Wow.
So,
Oh, some of my favorite places.
yes.
Best girlfriends, unfortunately, no longer with us, was from Hilo.
Yes.
And of course, that's my favorite place. I'm a volcano girl.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He's got an amazing painting where they used to come over on the steamships to Hilo to visit, the ranches and all the Magoon side of the family. And but it was too rough for the ship to come all the way in, so they'd put him in these like rowboats and bring him it crazy stuff. Yeah.
That I've heard about.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting book that you would not expect. It's about real estate, of all things. And it is so beautifully done. I mean, this is just extraordinary. And the commentary, this book and the one I just showed you were printed in Hong Kong by CNC Printing. And I do have a line to them. They are one of the go-to places, in my opinion, for art books. And I'm sure that, okay, how do we actually get it so you hold it in your hands is something that is going to be important to all of us. Let's see here. We want some unsatisfactory ones. Now, not that this is bad specifically, but it's just nothing that has continuity or message. It is more of a lovely portfolio. So we're not talking trash about the work, but that it just doesn't make a book that is the lasting imprint of what you want to portray in all of these cases. And I must say, an orange cover doesn't make it. And while the dust cover is nice, Goodwill and the other charities are full on their shelves of people who have bought this maybe at a gift store or something, and they've flipped through it once and then there's no further interest. So what I'm trying to sell to you is the adjunct, the admixture of image and text, particularly because the text we are talking about is so personal, so important, so valuable, so storytelling in a can't stop reading manner. That's that's your secret um, weapon, if you will. And that's also money in the bank, because that's where people will buy your book, keep your book, recommend the book to friends, and additional sales will be made. Now, what's also interesting is that these projects are also timeless. If you think about, oh, well, the news is full of all the political commentary people. They're writing a book in 3 weeks and they're getting it out there. Okay, in another 2 months, the book's going to be obsolete and nobody cares. None of these subjects that we are talking about are that way. They will continue to sell over time, slowly perhaps, but you have a market built in if you do your job right, basically, is what I wanted to say. Let's see here. And here's one of mine, all about Easter in San Miguel de Allende. And I will tell you that honestly, it's a pretty good book, but I didn't write enough about the experiences in it. Let's see. And actually, I have an image. Let's get it here of the background so you can see some of the pictures. Oh, here's a favorite one of one of the processions, and I'll move out of the way. There's a great deal more to this one, but it compressed to be appropriate for the Zoom background. But that's the kind of thing you need. This is one-off. This is just my fun for personal gain. And I'm going back here to the blank. Yes, there we go. Okay. And so one of the things you'll notice is a really interesting picture for the front cover. I know I'm bouncing around a bunch here about ideas, but this is what happens, is that everything's related to everything else. Ecclesiastical purple, because of course Easter, and the corazon, the heart, overlaid. The backside is equally important. Now, because this is a one-off book just for my own personal travel log, I don't have the usual things that are necessary on the back cover. Now, Joan, you talked about how you have a designer that you're working with.
Right.
Does the designer know the BZAC categories and all the ins and outs of what is required for best interface with retailers for the back cover?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so that would be an important thing to know about what you need to include. And since we opened that, let me see if I can find a good example.
What was the acronym you just did?
Oh, I believe it's in one of the PDFs that tells you about a BISAQ, BISAQ. It is an organized set of nomenclature for all different types of subjects in relationship to book publication. By looking them up, that's on the internet, it's not, you don't have to pay any fee, you can just start looking. There are thousands of these, but by getting your BZAC categories correct right from the start, you begin to narrow down who is your market, what is the topic, it is recommended that no more than 7 BSACs are listed on Amazon.com. Honestly, it's too many. 5 is preferable. 3 is what you should have on the back of your book or somewhere that helps the retailer know how to shelve a book for best viewing. And there's categories and then there's subcategories underneath it. So we can work with that later. But here's
Okay.
a good example of what's on the back cover. This is a book. It's poetry. I just was a judge for the Benjamin Franklin Awards from the IBPA, the Independent Book Publishers Association of America, which is there are lots of book awards, but they're kind of one of the main ones. Anyway, I was a design judge, and one of the things is, does the cover absolutely grab you? And are the things on the back cover all the things that are needed for the retailer, the distributor, and for the potential reader? Because you want to have some publicity. This is actually kind of a lot for on the back. You want to have a description of the book very quickly. It's nice that there is the picture of the Native American author here, though it is not, as you can tell, it's not reproduced well. It's kind of grayish. So whoever did their image editing was not the best. Up here, let's see how it says. It tells the BSAC category. In this case, it is a series about indigenous writers. Down here, you have the barcode, the ISBN numbers, and a people readable price. Way important to have that. There's also information about the printer, the publisher here. That is important, a logo, all of that. So not only is this a great cover, because do you see how the picture wraps around? That is really sweet. You can't always do that, but nevertheless, that's something that works well. Now, it does not work well in this book. By the way, that got my top award for Benjamin Franklin, and it did win its gold award. This one is not so great. It looks kind of good, but in the end, it doesn't do all the things that we need it to do, and it still has the feel and the flavor of that gift store book that you flip through just once or twice. One of the things that is less good about the layout, immediately you look at this and you say, okay, this is kind of cute, and yet it's too kitschy. It doesn't work for the level of art that any of us are talking about. It's too much. There's a little, that's a little outline of the state where this picture came from. And by the way, the pictures are nice, but there's nothing special. All of us have special images to show. And so it's not that, again, it's a great effort, and it's a gift book kind of thing. But I mean, we look at this image of the sunset and we say, yeah, okay, but it's a whole hum in the end. You enjoy it for a small moment, and then you flip to the next page. Okay, let's see here. One of my favorites.
Passing down.
And this relates, Sandra, to your project directly. I see you making a note of it.
Yes.
This is a different sort of a paperback. One of these that has what they call this French flap on the front. So it is more sturdy than others and is definitely something potential to be considered. Each image is presented very much in a portfolio style, and then the story about it is on the opposite page. And honestly, these are so funny. And uh, each 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 town, of course, the name, they're all weird. And,
Intercourse. Yeah.
and then in this case, the story is about the author being stopped by this policeman. And
What's the name of the author?
last name is Gladstone, Gladstone.
Do you have the first name too?
That's Gary.
Gary.
I don't know that this is still available, but you might. It may not be in print, but I'll bet you can find a used one. And I think, Sandra, you would find that this had a great deal of inspiration for your Route 6 project.
I collect road trip books, so it looks like it'd be a good one for my collection.
Without doubt. Let's see here. We must have some other stuff. Here's one that doesn't work. And it's written by a very famous Western author, actually a friend of ours, who ran the Western Arts Center at the Denver Art Museum and started the Buffalo Bill Museum in Cody, Wyoming. The reason that I'm saying this isn't such a great book is that it's very old. And styles, fortunately, have changed. And it was primarily a history book. So there are some nice images. Of course, it's mostly reproductions of art. And if you see, look at the type. And again, forgive me for bouncing around here. I'm throwing lots of things at you right off the bat. Do you see how it is a sea of black type? And I will tell you that the typeface, while interesting, it's a very artsy typeface. It is not so easily legible. Sandra, you were talking about how if it's 2 sentences long, you can lose your blogging audience. Well, what could we have done with this? First of all, there could have been an extra space between each paragraph, and there could have been a subhead. And you can imagine, because we're all visual, how that would have broken up the type. And suddenly you have a reader, whereas previously you didn't. I mean, things that are great about this book, look at these wonderful historic images, and then it tells a little bit about it. And yet, on the page over here, where the body of type is, it's just too much already. And that's only, what, 60% of a page, and it's still too much. Do you notice also, this book is, let's see, it is 9 by 11 and a half. Okay, so that's not a small book. And yet, there was a serious problem with how the type was handled. In this book, okay, so look at the sea of type here. Do you see that it is just one column? Bad answer. And again, remembering that this is an older book, this is like from, I think the early 90s or late 80s sometime. And so styles have changed so dramatically. But to help the reader, this book would have been better formatted as a double column with shorter lines. It is said that a line that has more than 80 characters in it is an illegible line. I happen to have astigmatism, so my eyes see at different levels. And lines that long, I get lost. By the time I'm at the end of one line, I can't get back to the correct next line on the other side.
All right, you're losing me. So when you say it should be 2 columns, right? When you're looking at one page, there should be 2 columns in that one page.
Hold. I'll show you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go pull out some books from my thing too. Let's see. Here we go.
Whoops, we're waiting for Sandra to come back here a moment.
Right here. I was just.
Here's one of my favorite art books of all time. It's a big book. This is laid out and designed absolutely, completely perfect, in my opinion. And let me see if I can. Oh, let's get a representative page here. The point of what I'm trying to say is that this book is laid out.
Oh, so it has a column and a sidebar, and you would consider that to be 2 columns?
Yes, or this can be divided into 2 here and use the sidebar as an inset. Joan, does your designer work in Photoshop? Do they work in InDesign? What do they work in? Do you know?
In InDesign.
Okay. InDesign is the layout go-to. If you need to work to manipulate the images in any way, Photoshop is better.
Okay.
However, you've got most of the work that you need, and it's static. You don't need to do too much to it. So
Right.
it is the way to go. For Sandra and probably for Lisa, they may be better off in Photoshop because it is. I imagine that you both know Photoshop really well, and I can show you how to make the type work in Photoshop practically as well as it works in InDesign. InDesign is strictly, so you can place things, but you can't manipulate as well. If you need to manipulate or if you're fooling around with stuff, then Photoshop is the way to go. And a lot more authors who have imagery are designing now in Photoshop. That's not my opinion. That's what's being said in the industry.
I tend to use, like, anytime I need to create any kind of a graphic, anything, I use Canva just because it's easier to. Are you familiar with Canva?
No, not at all.
So it's an online medium where you can create JPEGs or PDFs. You can create brochures, whatever. I use it a lot for some of the social media stuff that I do. But like if I ever have to create a PDF, I do that on there. What is the end result of what we want to be able to produce in order to publish a book? Is it a JPEG or is it a, what is it that that we want to try to create?
Oh, she asked the major question of the whole thing. And that is that I'll tell you that at this point, you're all so far along that the next question you need to ask has nothing to do with content and only to do with who's going to print this book. Now, you may think that this sounds like putting the cart before the horse. Oh, it isn't, because everything you do to design and to create your book is dependent on who publishes, what their language is, what their sizes and capabilities are, what paper they use, what cover materials they have available to them. And that's where one of the last PDFs that I sent you has a list of people that I know personally that I have vetted that produce good quality fine art books that you can afford. Now, let's talk about the levels of book publication. My purple book, my San Miguel book, that's a Shutterfly book. It is a lay flat book. And of course, you can get them cheaply because they are always having sales, 50% off this and that. There are a number of companies like this. That is retail printing. You will not want that ever. What you don't know is that there are levels underneath that. There are companies that are essentially short run printers. In other words, for that you're making 20 books, maybe even 100 books. And there are a number of those. I happen to have one favorite, and I've met a couple others recently, but I met a lady friend. I don't even know what she looks like, but she's my friend in Indiana, and she is the technical back room person for the company known as HFG or HF Group. And Stephanie led me through how you get this done. And that's extremely satisfactory. But it depends on how much you, how many prints, how many books, how many imprints you wish to make. It is economical because it is a first-rate way to test your book before you go to a final print. And if you know that you just have a few, if you need to test a market, then it's a good thing too. Then past that, you have all the levels of different publishers themselves. Many of the publishers are now hybrid publishers. Now, don't confuse this with hybrid content. Hybrid publishing means that a company provides a menu of services of design, cover, layout, editing, that you can purchase. And then if they accept your work, they will get it printed. Okay, so that's one way. Now, this is different than what we used to know as vanity publishing. It is not that at all. And you don't want that. You don't want to go to a company that says, oh, well, we'll take your manuscript or your pictures and we'll make a book for you and just charge you. We don't even discuss that sort of thing. Then there are the completely do it yourself, which is what I in the end did, where you go directly to a printer and you engage that printer to make this a reality for you. Now, Joan, because you have your designer, but you don't have what it's going to look like in the end. And it's important to realize that a difference of maybe an eighth of an inch, one dimension or another, may end up in a $5,000 or $6,000 extra cost on your run. And so by picking the printer you want to work with, and you ask them for tests, you ask them for a sample, you ask them for all kinds of things, and you give them an approximate page count and the other features, you begin to know what you want to do. For instance, this book that I love, that is going to be the style for the art book that I am working on of my family. It's no longer a size that easily works on presses. all of this stuff is printed in what they call a signature. So a signature is a great big piece of paper. And some of the printing machines look like a small locomotive. You've probably heard of Heidelberg presses. They're kind of an old go-to, but there are loads of others, and they're all different sizes and shapes. And so when I'm designing, I figured out that 3/16 of an inch difference from the physical size of this book to the one I'm working on will make close to $8,000 difference in the cost. Okay, so that's why you need to pick somebody right off. Okay, so those are all real important considerations.
Can I
Now we
ask you one more question relating to what you just were saying? So you were saying that HFG would be a good place, a good group to do a test run.
you bet.
But couldn't you do like a really cheap test run on on something like Shutterfly just to get a sense of what it might look like, and then work it from there? Wouldn't that be a cheaper alternative for just kind of figuring it out?
No, um, hold that thought, Sandra. I wanted to give Lisa just a quick chance to tell us, we the kitty cut out there for a few moments. And then I want to go back and I want to show you, oh, nice bird. I want to show you the process that I went through, Sandra, because suddenly this is going to make sense to what you just asked. And I'm sorry to put you off for a moment. Lisa, can you give us a little bit more thought about where you think you can create a saleable bird book, and whether you want it to be something like "This Is My Backyard," which is a great title, by the way, that's going to grab somebody. Because what do we all want now? We want to make a connection, right? And so with the exact right picture on the front cover, people are going to pick up your book.
So let me ask you this, Sarah. Are you a competition judge for IPC
No,
this year? Okay. So I can tell you about my album. So it's the first album I've ever competition, and I got the idea. Joe Campanelli. Do you know him, Sarah? He's out of Florida, and he does incredible bird photography. And so you're going to see me periodically. A downy woodpecker just landed on my dogwood tree in front of my. I get distracted sitting in my dining room. This is where I've been taking some of my photos. It's through the front window. So I created this album for print competition, and I didn't design it in Photoshop. I used the software for the printing company I used for my high school senior albums. And then you can order the digital, because that's what I have to upload. So I actually created little 5x5 albums so I can flip through and see what it looked like and see where I needed to make edits. And that's been very helpful to get the different layouts and whatnot. The front cover, the title of this album is called, and for those of you who have never done print competition, there are 12 elements to being successful in having your image do well. And part of it is storytelling and having a really good title, because the judges hear the title before they see the image. So the title is Getting By With a Little Help from My Friends, because I always look for songs. There's a picture of some birds flying, and it's so getting by with a little help from my friends, my COVID journey in my backyard, something to that effect. So the whole thing is showing these birds, some of the trees are the same, the bird bath's the same. So saying that, it's kind of given me a context of maybe where I want to go with it. Where I would sell it, I don't know, because every time I go into a store now, we have wild birds unlimited up the street. I've gotten involved with Georgia Audubon. Who's going to buy it? I don't know. So I have to figure out what kind of copy I want to put in it, because there are a lot of just bird photo books out there. I don't know. So anyway, that's in a roundabout way where I'm going. Journey through the past year. This is what saved me. This is what kept me fresh with my photography. And oh, by the way, I got some really cool bird photos. And the barred owl showed up quite a few times just for me. And there's still birds that move too fast. I have not gotten a good blue jay. Anyway, so I don't know. What I'm saying is very confusing because I'm confused. So I don't know what direction to take it and where to offer it.
In actual fact, you have gone the steps that are necessary to begin to think what the marketplace is. And that is where you need to be at this juncture, because we all have this lovely idea in mind. We have content, we have good content, we have ideas, we have all of those things. It's not like, oh, what do I do next? But yours, yes, Just Birds probably has a very limited market. But what other people don't have is they don't have you. And that experience, how much text did you have in your book that is the competition one?
Oh, no text. It's just all images.
Okay. I haven't competed in years, and no, I'm not a PPA judge. I'm too different. They didn't want me. I become a judge. They wouldn't have it because my ideas are too far afield. You have your story, and your daughter helping to make that story work. And whether it is a COVID story or not, honestly, I think it should be probably maybe notations about COVID, but not so that it dates it. And since we're on this subject, I'm going to segue into one book that I did judge. Where is it? Oh, I got so much. Okay, this is almost exactly what you're talking about, but it's not birds. So this is one of the books I had to judge for the IBPA, and it is a paperback. It's 10 by 10. This is becoming a very nice and popular format, by the way. The first problem is the front cover is no good. It's way too cluttered. Do you see that? You probably can't even read some of this stuff in here. And you can't see that the long pause, that the main point is right there. There's a person walking that's one of the big train stations in New York. Okay. And if you'll, whoops, wrong hand. You see how it improves the minute you get that portion off? And if they just didn't have quite so much stuff here, this would have worked. And in actual fact, the back cover is pretty darn good. Let's see here. Let me give you a sample of the interior. This is very similar to the Passing Gas, and I'm not doing well about holding it here. So there's an image on one side, and it's a poetry book. Everything is pretty much similar. So it's murals, it's people on the street, it's businesses, and things. The poetry does have some, I don't know, continuity with the imagery. But nevertheless, it sort of works, but not quite. But the main point was that it has the personal commentary. The woman photographer, she did the poetry also. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that I think you have the formula, but you've got some distance to go. Okay, if that makes sense. All right, back to, let's see, what time is it? Do we need a break? It's 10:30. What if we just go through the process that I went through so Sandra can see it, and then let's take a break, if that would work for everybody? Okay. So the first thing that happened on, let's see. Well, first of all, let's show you. There's the cover of the book. This is the soft cover version. I realized some years ago that I had pictures back from the late 50s. I'm a rather old person. Uh, from the Taos Pueblo in New Mexico and the area around Taos, because my family traveled for business and pleasure in that area significantly. So we had moved into the Denver area in the West in 1955. And so, because my parents were musicians and artists, their business traveled them around the Rocky Mountain region. My dad was, he first came west because Isaac Stern, the violinist, demanded that he come and play solo woodwind bassoon with Stern and the orchestra in Albuquerque, because they were doing some pieces that required a bassoon part that was very exposed. And he'd known my dad from Europe, from wartime association and orchestras there. Okay, so that's how it happened. So since I was a kid, preteen, I realized I had pictures. Mom had a beautiful Leica, and she was an amateur photographer. And so she kind of, did a mom-daughter thing and showed me how to use it. And, we clicked the camera together. Okay. So
that was rare, right? Because you're not allowed to photograph the Taos Pueblo anymore.
remember that at that time, we were in the late 50s. Okay.
Right. That's something. Those photos are rare because you can't really do that anymore.
Exactly. Okay. So I realized some time ago that I had a set of pictures that went back that far. And then I had friends in Taos and Santa Fe and traveled there frequently. And so then I had lots of pictures also from the Pueblo and other things, other areas in the 60s, 70s, and on up to today. And you are right. Now there are more restrictions in place than there were in the past. Currently, the Pueblo itself has been closed for more than a year since, well, to be exact, 1st of February, a year ago. And they do not anticipate at this time reopening. There's no talk of it. Okay, so once I realized I had pictures that dated way back, I promised another photographer friend of mine, now deceased, that I was going to make a portfolio sometime. I lost all the original negatives and slides. Go figure. Well, in actual fact, they weren't lost. They were just put in a place of my choosing that I couldn't remember. So when I started off on the project, I made my husband, this is made at Kinko's Copies. I made a little portfolio book. And at first, that's what I thought I wanted. It was just a portfolio. Well, it's all the husband's fault, because he looked at this and he's a first-class critic of arts and being an artist himself. And he said, well, yeah, it's just pictures. And they're good, but they're just pictures. And he said, you got to write. So then I started writing poetry. And he looked at that, and I made him another little book. Actually, I think this is one that has some of the poetry in it. And of course, I designed in panorama style because that's where I won all those PPA awards, was on wedding books. I've done some 4,000 weddings. And unfortunately may have more coming up. Okay, so I wrote poetry. So then the husband looked at it and he said, not no. And he said, you got to tell people about the place. They don't necessarily know anything about it. And so I started on writing a long text. I got into about 15,000 words, and it was mostly facts and figures and history and things. And he looked at that, as did our state historian, and she turned up her nose at it, and so did my husband. And then he said, well, come on, it's your story, not their story. You are not an Indian. You do not have this heritage. You are an appreciator. You are an artist, a woman of stature in your own right. Write you. And so that's when I got back on the right track, and I wrote some 30,000 words of memoir and my philosophy of photography. Okay, so then we realized, all right, so now what do we do with it? And so past this, the next step was this. This is a just an artist sketchbook from the art store. And so I made prints of everything, and I went through and I pasted what I was doing in the various pages. So can you see that it's a totally collaged way of doing it? And this gave me the layout. I knew approximately what I wanted because I knew I wanted a horizontal book. I wanted to be able to have panoramas going across the pages. I wanted to have not the standard portfolio. Now, Sandra, I don't know whether yours is going to be more like the passing gas or more like this.
I think it's more like yours, I think, is what I'm thinking of.
Possibly. And of course, with your ability in Photoshop and your new pictures, you can make them any shape or size that you want. It doesn't need to be the camera format. Now, Lisa, yours may end up being more closer to camera format and with some cropping. I'm not sure. Joan, yours are going to conform to the art, and that's obvious. But think about how you can make backgrounds now and again of the important places in your dad's life. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. Okay, so as you can see, this was a huge labor. And then the next is this book. This came from HFG. And I ordered, I think I ordered 10 of them so that I could see, all right, how does it fit the hand? Does it work? And you'll notice that it is now no longer dust spirits, it's fragments of spirit. I listened to our state historian who said, well, you're not channeling the Taos Pueblo, and you need to have some, not politically correct, but more, I don't know.
Sensitive.
Generally a better word of what you're doing. And here's my back. Okay. So he printed a bunch of these for me. And this way I could see the continuity. There's a big section on seasons because for Native Americans, seasons is a way big thing. For me too. I imagine especially, well, for New Englanders, it's more so than from you Florida and Southern girls. But then I could begin to see, did I make any mistakes in the manipulation of the images? One of my problems you're not going to have, because I have negatives, slides, digital, all kinds of digital, cell phone, and they all react differently and they print differently. You will not know how it prints until you get your sample book. This is printed in what is called dry offset. That means it is toner based printing and it has a dot pattern. So it is loosely an offset. That is a term that I have developed because that explains exactly the difference between dry offset toner and wet offset, which is ink, which is what you use for a long run. Okay, now you want to know exactly what this cost me. In the short run, these were $16 and I think 53 cents a piece. Okay, this is over 200 pages. You cannot get a book that big. That's 12 by 10. You can't get a book that big from one of the retailers at that price. So you're better off going directly to this next level of printing for your proofing. And that partially answers Sandra's question, I think. Okay. In the meantime, of course, I made the exact same mistake, and there's my Shutterfly version. That one was earlier with the wrong title, and that word had to go because it kind of means like you're speaking for the Pueblo and inappropriate. And now your dad, he can get away with everything because he's native. So he can say whatever he darn well feels like in his commentary. So I do have some scenic, but most of the things that I am doing are have a background to them. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I see it.
Now
So I
that's
just found the paperback version of this book on Amazon and
yes,
placed in order so I could take a closer look at it. But that is your HFG.
HFG, and her complete contact is in one of your PDFs. Just remember Stephanie, and go directly to the girl because she knows everything. There's no doubt about it. Now, here's an aside for you. When you prepare these images that you're going to use in your book, toner-based printing appears more contrasty and sharper than it will appear in wet offset. And I had no clue about this to start with because the HFG version, it's almost crispy. And I don't generally sharpen my imagery past what I have done, just very basic in Photoshop. I'm not going for heavy sharpening. And it was almost too much. Then I get the proof from my offset printer, from my wet offset, and it's like, okay, this isn't sharp enough. This does not have enough contrast. And so that's where you need to test with the exact printer that you're going to use, the color composition, the paper. And the paper makes a huge difference in how picture books are printed. And we're not getting into print paper just yet because that's another whole kettle of fish. Okay, so let's see. What's the next? The next set, this came directly from the end printer. They will send you a layout, exact size and shape. This is printed not on the offset, but it's printed inkjet. Now, inkjet is not your Epson, okay? Inkjet for a regular printer is done on a great big long roll, and it bears no resemblance to what we are familiar with as our studio printers. Do you all use a printer in your shop to for your? Okay, so this is a totally different kind of inkjet. All right. So when I got this, this just shows how things um, how things lay out. Did you make any mistake? The printer will tell you and give you an exact template, so you know where the trim margins are, so you know where the gutter falls in the center of the book, so you know how close to an edge you can come. Um, and that's really what these are for. This is actually one signature. You see how it's a whole bunch of pages put together? So they make the print, and then they will give you your entire book in signatures. Okay, at this point, now I want to preach, and the preaching is for the editing. Joan, I know you are much farther in advance than the rest of us, so please forgive me. I know you're the choir. That's what the edit looked like in the end. I had gone through it so many times, probably 40 iterations, that I was too close to it. And I had a good friend who is a technical writer go through, and she did a wonderful job. And it also made me, where she didn't understand something, I rewrote. And so, yeah, that's pretty horrific. But nevertheless, you do need to be very certain that that's the place to put some money, is a person who is a first class editor. Not everyone will be. Uh, they'll charge anywhere from, oh, I don't know, 3 to 7 cents a word generally. But again, Joan, I think you close to have that covered. You may want just a proofreader, one more set of eyes for this, things like double spaces where there shouldn't be one, a missing period, something of that nature. Okay, so that's the next. That was the next step. Then, after all of that, that also told me that I was going to need to deal, even though it was inkjet rather than the actual offset. They sent me an additional signature of the real offset, and that's where I knew I had to sharpen each and every picture. And then there were a few that the continuity of color just did not work, and I fixed that. Okay, and so the end result. The floor is getting covered with examples. So here are our two covers, and that was reserved for somebody. And so I took the inspiration from my friend John Fielder's book, No Dust Cover. And then because they're shrink wrap, I had a little informational panel that was stuck on the back. So that's the coffee table book. It is 204 pages, priced it at $65, which is low. That's retail. The soft cover version is $29.95. Has obviously much more on the back cover. And there you see the ISBN, barcode, and the price. And then some quotations and excuse me, the dedication to the Taos Pueblo people. Okay, so that's the whole story of where we went over a long period of time. And you want to know cost. Now, other than the fact that this has taken, well, 60 years to be exact, to get it out of here, cost. I bought 500 of these. That's a beautiful linen, by the way. with the debossing and the picture on the front cover. And it has end papers. I bought 500 copies of this and 1,000 copies of the inexpensive one. And the entire price, with a couple of extra things that I had to get, included the shrink wrap, included the label, and it included delivery here to me at our warehouse. That was one of the reasons I picked that printer. I paid them $15,000 and about $10 for that much. Please understand that art books cost an absolute fortune if you start from scratch. I can tell you that this book cost easily $250,000 by the time they paid for everything. That's obviously wrong. $15,000, you can get your head around that figure. In general, it is a lot of photo books never sell more than about 80 copies. So your goal, all of you, is to figure out how little you can buy and still make a profit on, and that you have a run that it's a real thing. So I'm hoping that this has now answered a whole bunch of questions that we have. It is, it's 10:45. I'm about to cough. So let's take a break and I'll stop the recording, and then let's come back with
don't stop the recording. That's the other thing that we learned is let it keep going even during breaks, and then it'll be just one recording. Otherwise we'll have a whole bunch of files to send people.
not even pausing it.
Don't pause it. That was the recommendation to me, and it turned out to be accurate. Just let it go.
Gotcha. Okay. That's good. So right now, I know everybody has like 15 different questions. Hang on to those, think about them, and we'll come back for questions next. And then I want to show you a whole bunch more samples of things that are both good and not good. Did you try to see if you could find passing gas, or did you have time?
I think that's the one I ordered a couple of books while we were chatting. Now I don't remember which ones I got. I think I even got the Taos one, but the Taos one was like super expensive because and they were down to like only one copy. So what did I actually end up ordering? So I ordered the paperback version of your book. Yes, I was able to get passing gas.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
You're going to love it. No matter whether well, you're going to get some inspiration as well as just having fun with it. I know.
I'm looking forward to it. It looked like it was pretty funny too.
Oh, totally. It's just such it's such a whole hilarious thing. Lisa's here. I was thinking about your bird project, and it occurs to me, especially with your knowledge and your working with the Audubon people, I see your project very classic in the styling. Big, beautiful, just every tiny feather showing, and I know you have that detail in your work. I was just that it has to be so extraordinary. But even if it has just mostly very large pictures and then your commentary, I can see little vignettes. For instance, you said your owl made an appearance. Okay, I'll bet you have more than one picture of that owl.
Oh yeah.
in the way that you think of your layout, that you choose the best one. But I'll bet the owl has different expressions. Maybe the head's turned mostly around the back way. Maybe one wing is up. Maybe you have something in flight, and make a little film strip on the opposite page of the other images. Oh, she's already done it. I knew it. I think we're just talking the same language.
So these are my samples that I did
oh yes,
before submitting. So I've submitted it to 2 state competitions and then districts. So my district album did seal. It will go on and get a merit, but I'm going to break the seal because I ordered a critique, and I want to take out the weak images. I don't have the latest printing, but so this is one spread of my owl. So he's looking away, looking back, looking right at me, and I just love the backlighting on that one. And that was just last week on the tree right outside my window. My husband called me from the backyard. He said, "Lisa, owl in the tree outside your office window." So I grabbed my camera and I went around to the side. So I have series like the woodpecker.
And I'm even thinking of making like a little grid.
This is my other.
Yes.
You know, where I could put them on one page and put words on the other. But this is him preening and taking care of one of his talons. So
you can do with that one. Crop to just the little expression. It would be hilarious. And then you could put the commentary of what the owl is saying.
Oh, what the bird might be thinking at that moment.
Exactly. Just an aside, my husband is watching political commentary as usual. And so I went and said, these are really great people who are in this seminar. And I told him about all your projects. And he said, I am convinced, that's him speaking, that people are quite wonderful, that they are not like the politicians, that they are not like the demonstrators. They are not like the rioters, the people who are burning and yelling at each other and using terrible words, and especially the politicians. Of course, I fault the women most of all because they should know damn better. But anyway, he thinks you're all wonderful already. He doesn't know you. So I wanted to pass that on. So let's start out with questions. I want to hear what things have just popped into your minds.
Well, I just went and grabbed a whole stack of my favorite books.
Okay.
Or maybe show it so we can look at them maybe later. But the ones I spend a lot of money on, and they just sit on the shelf. Periodically, I pull them out and kind of flip through them. But one of my favorites. My ginormous book. This is all Pete Souza. He did all of Ronald Reagan's years, and he did Barack Obama's. He was the official White House photographer. So he got things that nobody would ever see. And I follow him on Instagram, and he did this whole series before the book was published of the stages. Like you were talking about those big giant spreads at the printer, before the pages get cut down. And he's in there circling and making, I'm like, man, he has brilliant photos, which tell such a story with expressions, but wouldn't it be nice to already be somebody? So your book, like I saw last week that Harry's wife,
Meghan Markle.
Yes, Meghan Markle. She has a new children's book that's being published this week. I mean, it's frustrating when you're looking at making a book. You're like, all she had to do was have a name. Who knows if the photos or the story is any good, but it's her book. We have to struggle a little more. Our books will be much more professional, I'm sure, more exciting. But so what he did in this book was every single thing is a photo on one side and just a little, you're getting a lot of glare, but see, it's just got a little bit of copy right there that tells the story of that in the whole book. It's huge and heavy. But I really like this style.
Put it away for a second, because this is this is a teachable cover. So please bring the cover back and put your hand over his name. Put your hand over where it's Obama. Okay. Now, the point of this exercise is that if you didn't know who that was, if he were not an image that we recognize, if you did not know the name, would you not grab that book? You would, because it has a face, it has eyes. And therefore, for everybody, the face on the front cover is way important. And let's see. I've got one here. Oh, I got to get off of my picture. Let's see here. Where is it? Use background. There we go. Okay. This one my husband wanted. Being Army. This is a recent publication of photojournalist pictures about SEAL training. And it is impossible not to be interested in that image. And you have to realize the human draw of eyes on that cover. So somehow, Joan, something that you will put on your cover needs to have, it can't be a scene. It just can't be. And
so I'm listening to what you're saying, and then I'm wondering, well, that becomes a little problematic if you're trying to do something about, well, for what I'm trying to do, which is Route 6, right, all across the country. The image, an image of maybe one or more people in one side of the country is going to be very different from, so they just put something that was appealing.
That this lady is in the town of Gas.
Okay.
He is the picture that speaks to the title. You will.
So it speaks to the type of book it is, not necessarily to the entire area, the region that you're covering, maybe.
Okay. While we were breaking, I thought of one thing that you need to do, Sandra, and that is, can you print just like on an office copier thumbnails?
Yeah, I could.
Like a layout of what?
So
12?
create like a mock layout.
No, not a mock layout. Just every small picture that you have, make a thumbnail of it, and just print sheets and sheets and sheets of these, because you said you had quite a few.
I wouldn't do that at this point. I mean, I would, if the point would be to organize my images, I'd rather do that in Lightroom. I can create collections in Lightroom.
Okay, sorry, I'm not expressing this correctly. What I'm telling you is that as you're choosing, and sorry, we went off in a different here.
You're cutting off. I could.
When you are choosing what you want for the cover and for your eventual layout, Lightroom doesn't make it. Photoshop doesn't make it. It may be my opinion, but I am convinced that analog layout is the way to go on when you have a project as complicated as all these projects are. I wanted, and so what I'm recommending is that you print small images and you cut them apart. You do not leave them as sheets, but then suddenly you have them like big playing cards that you can lay out and see a sequence. I lay them all over the living room floor, and I'll have, I'm going to show you one of my next projects. This is half of it. Each one, this is a poetry book. And so each sheet is a poem and then the picture that goes with it. This is my wedding dresses book. Each one. And then you can take these and spread them out and say, okay, does the color work one picture to the next? You don't want one that's brilliant orange and the next picture is a dull green, because it's going to be a shock to the person who's looking at it. And it has to be in a sequence that flows. And by making little bitty pictures, I mean, these are obviously a little bit bigger than a thumbnail, but any size will do. You don't need to make, and it doesn't have to be actual photographs. I mean, you could go to Costco and, print them for what, 13 cents a piece or whatever.
Sounds like that'd be a really good use of all that photo paper that's been stacking up forever and never used.
You got it. Absolutely. Recycling is wonderful. Using what you have, it's even better. And I'm suggesting that this is where, and Joan, this is going to work for you too, because you'll have to have a sequence of the artwork, and whether it's chronological in what was done at what time, or whether it groups things about subject matter or technique. I don't know, but it is so easy if you lay them all out and you say, oh no, this one goes here, that one goes there, and these two follow right along. That's when you know. And you can't do that in the computer. Darn it, I've tried. And you just can't see enough. I work on two great big screens, two 30-inch screens, and I can't see, I don't have enough real estate to see it. So that was the second thing I wanted to say. So Lisa, I'm sorry, excuse me, I take responsibility. I cut you off in midstream. Show us some more books.
I'm eating nuts, so I put myself on mute. Well, I just have a whole stack of things. And now, so the reason I printed these was so that one, I could see it in print. And two, I could also order the digital, because to me, I use the software of my print company. So it made sense, instead of, reinventing the wheel, to use what I already knew. It was very intuitive. But I can now take those digital copies and I can print and cut out and sequence.
That picture you're just holding up of it looked like a cedar waxwing upside down.
It's upside down and twisted. You can see its face eating off the berry trees in my yard.
That kind of thing would be a great cover for her, wouldn't it be? Because it looks like it's wrong and everybody laughs, because it's so funny, so comical right off the bat. You can see exactly what the bird's going for, namely those beautiful plump berries. And so
I like the comedic twist. I like that. I'm going to go in that direction and see where it takes me.
Exactly. And I was talking about the face and the eyes. I chose for my book something that was mystery and looking into the past, because I also didn't want to have that problem of a recognizable face, considering that most of my topic is sensitive. But anyway, everybody has a different way of doing it. So what else have you got there?
Oh, well, I have a couple other things that I just looked at the shelf and thought things that might relate to. So when we first moved back to Atlanta, a friend gave me this, Atlanta Then and Now. And it's one of these kind of books, an old photo with that same shot now with the taller buildings, and it just has a little, again, it's like the Obama book, you know, photos with just a little description underneath it, which I like, as opposed to a lot of words, because birds will only say so much, I guess. Some friends in the neighborhood, y'all have probably all seen these, they're everywhere. Arcadia Publishing, the neighborhood books. And so some people in the neighborhood did this, and I'm sure Arcadia Publishing did a lot of the work and then just got copy and photos from the women that did this. And it was, I don't know, it's kind of that jumbled, try to tip it. You know, they have boxes, the words are underneath and on the side, and it was a little disjointed. So it taught me what I don't want to do.
Well, it's not art. It's of some interest, but it's not.
It's more historical.
What we're going
But
for.
see, the words are from here to here. You know, so just from a layout perspective, when you were talking about too much copy,
Yeah.
and too tight, it's hard to read. So there was a lot of that. And then I have to show this off. This is my neighbor, who is a local newscaster. She's an award-winning news reporter, an environmentalist. What she did during the pandemic is it was from the early 80s. She did a solo trip. She was 27 or 28. And she went from Russia to China, ended up in Kathmandu. It was like this month, 4 to 6 weeks. And she took the time during the pandemic to reflect on traveling. So, you know, it's mostly, you know, each chapter is a story of where she was. So it's more of a book with photos. But I'm going to go pick her brain and find out how she published, because, you know, it's a publisher I haven't heard from.
Like on the reverse. I think it's the wrong picture on the cover.
Oh, on the front.
Yeah.
But I have to brag, because the right cover is on the back. I did her headshot.
Okay.
But you know, up here, I guess that's what you were talking about.
Yes, that's part of it. And
What's that word you used that ended with a Q? So it says travel and memoir up here.
I'm hoping I sent you this.
Yes. Yeah, I have it.
That's just where I went trying to find things, and you have to be a detective, because there's so many hundreds of these categories, but it will be a terrific help. And yeah, and on the content page of your book, many people actually put those categories there, not just as you saw it on Miss Sally's travel book on the top, but that's a good place to put it. Tremendous help. You want to make it easy for the bookstore or wherever it is that you're going to sell this, to be easy to categorize. Now, Joan, that occurred to me. You mentioned that you have connection in on the Big Island. You know,
Yes.
there is a really nice art store beside the ranger station at Volcanoes National Park. I'm sure you know that.
Our family built that. It was originally a part of a ranch house, and he actually displays. They have his art there, and also like at the Bishop Museum and other places. So.
Obviously, we're way behind you, but that's the perfect place. And
Oh yes.
in Volcano Village, there are a couple of the small art stores there. I mean,
Yep.
just as a sampling. And so we were talking about getting the idea of the marketing and who's going to print how many. Those are all things that you really have to start now. You've got
Yes.
connection already. Start yourself a spreadsheet that says, okay, here's the name of the institution. Here's the full contact, the email, the address, the telephone number, who to deal with for his actual work right now.
Right.
So that you have that, and you can go to just one place, and then you can make additional comments for content, as in I gave them uh, make them a deal. Say, if you order and prepay 10 books, I'll give you another one free as a shelf copy
Okay.
for people to look at, because you're going to want to have your books shrink wrapped, probably.
Right.
You're going to want, considering your dad's age, you're going to want to pre-plan when you know, when you get your actual uh, uh, your run of printing,
Right.
you have him to be there signing, and it should go along with Mary Marnock days or something that you know all the things. I'm reminding you where to pick the right places in advance to give you an idea. Okay, yeah, I can sell 500 of these right off. Okay, then you can buy 1,500. You can buy 2,000 copies.
Right.
You're in no trouble. Uh,
Right.
Whereas Lisa will have a harder time on that unless she can um, hook up somehow with commentary with Audubon or one of your preserves, your local charities. So you have farther to go on that road than Joan does. Sandra's got uh, maybe wider appeal, more what would we say, vernacular, uh, your topic. I'm very specific. I just know there are a few museums and a few gift stores and a few galleries, and my book will sell for 10 years, but only in very few places. Libraries, that's another thing. We haven't even gone there. So sorry, we got off the topic again. Darn it, Lisa whacked me. Oh, look at there, and Sandra has one. Pull it right in front of you. Yeah, there you go.
Right there. So I'm actually building on something that my partner on Getaway Mavens has done. She published a book at least 10, 12 years ago, which is a guide to driving Route 6 from coast to coast. It's the longest transcontinental route, contiguous route in the US. But it's just text. I mean, her book has no images at all. I mean, or hardly anything at all. And I guess what I'm kind of confused about is to what level, like you're talking about a fine art print publication. And I don't know if there is as much of a, and it kind of scared me with these numbers of having to like order $15,000 worth of books. My original thinking was to do something like, when I was doing driving Lincoln Highway, there are, I don't know if you can see, can you see this book?
Yes.
Let me bring it a little bit closer. It's like it comes in and out. You know what? Maybe if I, okay, there you go. Right. Oh, you're right. Right in front of you is a sweet spot. Right. So this book has, it's very useful in the sense that it's got the route, but it also has some of the history, and a little bit more. It's more this kind of thing. That's where you see it. So I'm kind of puzzling out what is the better route to do, whether to try to go more into something that is useful as you're driving the road versus something that is more, what I'm interested in doing is sharing my photography, and I haven't quite figured out what the story is that I'm telling in that book with the photography, but I'm kind of trying to understand from you, how do you make that calculation? How do you figure that out? Because it sounds like it's very expensive to publish a book if you're just doing it, the way that you're doing. And so how do you make that decision as to what's worth doing? What do you think you can recoup from your expenditure?
I'm understanding it. That is a serious question. Yes, it's expensive, but please understand that what I just told you I paid is, number one, a fraction of what you would pay if you are printing on shore. And it is a fraction of what you pay if you have someone else do it.
Mm.
And so the takeaway is that this kind of help that I have the ability to give you, and on an ongoing basis past today, um, that's how you make this personal legacy of yours possible. No, I didn't say that it was cheap, but you've got so much to tell that this is a legacy. This is important. This is your child, or a child in your family, I should say. Uh, and that's something that combines our natural US heritage, which we define ourselves as our job, our profession, our passion, along with a very feminine thing, which is what is our progeny. And that's also a very Hispanic thing in my neighborhood. All the Spanish people, they define themselves, they introduce who their family are first before what they do. And so these are the things that we put together as girls in the first place, but as people with multiple heritages, that it seemed to me that it was so important. And of course, I'm a lot older than you are. And so having a project like this is a denial of mortality, if you will, that I've actually done something that is going to be in a library for some place for people to look at in decades to come. And so, and Jones is very much that way because it's a family thing. It is her elderly family member, the the pater familias, if you will, and then that she is working on it. And is it your brother who is the photographer?
I'm also a photographer, but he's the one doing he's done all the photos. Yes. Mhm.
Yes, because yours is for families and people. So you're working in the commercial realm. That's
Right.
what I was meaning, was that you were involving close relatives to create this incredible legacy. And
Yes.
that that's what I wanted to leave you with. Yeah, it's expensive. But for instance, I got a bid on my book from Frederick Printing, which is part of an international consortium. They happen to be local here. 53,000 to print what I just paid 15 for. So if that gives you the idea, that yeah, it is just scary when you start talking about the costs. And that's where I can help, as in point you, go talk to this person, talk to that person, get a bid here. Here's what you need to tell the printer. And again,
That's really helpful because at least it gives me an insight into, all right, what is a project worth doing at this level versus something, that you do, like, for example, your Santa book that you print for yourself, right? It's a matter of what is it that you want to do at this level.
yes. And so that's again a place where the cart has to come before the horse, is in who is the audience, who wants to read this, why do they care, um, am I important enough? In all of these projects, I would say not only are you all important enough, you are way important enough to make this happen. um, in comparison to a most unfortunate gentleman who's part of our Colorado Independent Publishers Association, who has, as an aging hippie, lived all over the world. And he has tried every one of us on a board member on SEPA to tell him how to publish his book. Was terrible. And the first part of it, he wants to put in all kinds of quotations from famous people that he has no right whatsoever to use. And I and I edited like 1,000 words of it foolishly because I didn't know everybody else was working on this too, and it was so bad. And it had nothing to do with his experience, which were fabulous. Because as he told me about them, there was all kinds of interest there as to why people would want to read what this aging hippie did as he basically stuck his thumb out and went around the world. Okay, so that's you've got a story there, but I think it is your story, and I think it is more in the passing gas type of book. Now, if you want to have a guidebook that goes along with it, so much the better. I and I can see that.
Or I think what my partner, her name's Mallory Yolan Cohen, what she realized was that it's just so, things change so quickly these days. It's almost not worth having a guidebook in print format. And that's where our blog comes in. We have a blog where we have all the current guide information anyway. So then the book becomes an addition, or just an enhancement, but it's a different thing from what we have online.
Well, you can sell your online for $3 that accompanies the book, or you can say buy the book and you can have the online for free.
The online is different from the book, so it's like so yeah. There's ways to work around that. So the online is the travel guide that tells them what to do, where to stay, what to eat. But the book and Mallory's book is also a different thing from what I want to do. Hers was the actual, got basically a taste of what you get as you drive across the country and what the actual route is. But what I want to do more is a little bit more about the people along that route, the stories that you find along that route, and where are some of the interesting, how did this route develop, and what are some of the interesting things along the route.
Everybody wants to read. Remember, you're making a connection, something that nobody else would be able to do, but you have, and you're the storyteller. You're the person, just like Joan's dad, that he has made his stories. This is what I want to read it now. I mean, what's taking you so long? I gotta this way important is I love Hawaii. We have a bunch of friends who live there, including, of all things, the bishop of the Chinese Buddhist monastery on Maui. So, how did that happen? I'm dying to read, and I don't have birds like Lisa's got, but having been originally from Ohio and remembering the owls that swoop down at night if you're out walking in the garden and they want to grab your hair, because as a child I was also this color and then it went dark and now it's light again, but so go figure. Yeah, I want to read hers too, and I want to read about her experiences through the window and what she did in her backyard. So those are the stories, and they're the only stories that only you can tell. Get my words right here. So yes, most eager to say that. Again, Lisa, we have really stood on your good graces. Show us another couple of books that you really like, please.
I have a couple upstairs I didn't get, but this book, another Obama book, I got this for Mother's Day a couple of years ago. What I like about this book is that, and now that I have a vegetable garden that I started a year ago in the pandemic, I love this book even more. So it has pictures. It talks about, it has illustrations, but it also has recipes. So it's a combination of a story with photos. I love books that add recipes that are part of the story. Pat Conroy, do y'all know Pat Conroy? He's from the Southeast, and he actually did a cookbook, but it was more of a story of his life through the recipes and photos. And I just love that type of book that paints an intimate story of the recipe, which means a lot to the author in some way, along with what they're doing current day. I can't do that with birds. I don't know if you can find a creative way to tie in recipes. Well, another book, I bought it for myself, but then I gave it to my sister yesterday for Mother's Day. And I made her promise that I was the only person that could get it after her before it goes to anybody else. It's called Broken Horses. It's Brandi Carlile's autobiography. I don't know if you know her music, but in the last 2 years, I've fallen in love with her music. And her autobiography is not just an autobiography. It adds photos, but she also has interspersed throughout the book are the lyrics to a lot of her songs. And she's a storyteller. So the lyrics to her songs interweave with the story itself. And I find that magical when you can tie in all these different elements.
Well, what you're doing is evoking more than one sense. You hear the music because there are the words, and a person who is interested in her book probably knows the music too and can hum along a bit. So you've got all these different elements, and that's what creates a wider audience. It's not just one thing. It appeals in several different ways, and that's what we all need because we're all unknown. So how do you attract that audience? And getting niche books in the right place and having all different multiple reasons that the individual has to buy the book. None of these are workable as ebooks. Nothing. Don't even think of it. But a good way of teasing people is to use Instagram and Facebook to put up a little teaser of such and such is going on with the book. And I'm bad at this. I haven't done nearly enough. I mean, what have we done? We've been involved with just life this last year, and it's been very difficult. And so I need to do more. So I'm preaching, get those ideas together soon, well before you go to print, because that's when your best market gets built, and also mailing list. Lisa, you are one.
There's a local author who is one of my favorites. She used to write mystery, and now she does just really fun summer reads. And I follow her on Instagram, and she's constantly posting through the process, with her publisher. And she had to get so many pages done by such and time, but then she shows the view of her laptop looking out at the ocean or into her backyard. And so you're following her through this whole process. And so when her book was published, it came out this week. I bought it again for myself, but I gave it to my mom because my mom knows her. And it makes you want to have it right then. It's published on this date. You've seen my whole process. You've lived the pain of the journey with me. Now buy the book.
Exactly.
But of course, she's also someone I know I'm going to love the book because I've loved every book she's written before. So she has that going for her. But, that's part of it, I think, with social media has become such a big thing. And with Sandra, with your blog, it also forces you to have to complete it, because if you're putting it out there that you're going through the process, you better have something, it gives you a deadline, a timeline.
Alternatively, I won't put anything on social media until I'm absolutely certain I'm going to go through with it.
Well, on the other hand, you can have, even if you don't talk too much about the book, you can talk if you're going on that journey, and I demand that you come because I want to meet you in person and see what you think about 6 from us here and the different parts of town that it goes through. That you can have little snippets on your blog about that all along. And then as you find that it's going to be uh, a book, then you can begin to add on those other items.
Well, I already have a kind of a built-in way of doing things because, well, let me backtrack. Right now, we're having the homepage redesigned, and as part of that redesign, we're going to have a kind of a slideshow, like a thing that scrolls through on the front page that will alternate between showing Mallory's current book and then showing my, I haven't quite decided, I think it's going to be a travel photography portfolio for now of mine. And then we also have blog posts on individual destinations that are, or at least we've done the destinations that are in the Northeast that are on Route 6. So as I do the other destinations that go across the country that are on Route 6, I can also share those blog posts and promote the book or the process of the book in that as well.
Tell them everything, though.
What?
Don't tell them everything.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Make them want more. That's the whole key to it. I think all of those ideas are quite wonderful of how to get started on it. And I don't have to tell you anything. You have the tools. Now you just have to be inventive of how you use what you've already got. So
right, but what I don't have, and I'm learning here, is how to present it and how to turn it from an idea and a blog post to, I don't know if it's going to be a fine art book, but it might be, and how to make it look like that, how to make it look like something that maybe you might want to have as a coffee table book. That's the part I'm trying to learn.
that because we were all photographers who made a career of our art for money, it has to be at least a big percentage of that book has to be done in an artistic manner, as opposed to the 2 photo books that I showed you originally that I felt, it's probably real snobby of me, but I felt they were failures. I would never pick up either one of those on a bookstore. One thing that you do need to do is begin to think about the size and the shape of all of these books that we're considering here. How's it going to look in the end? And the way to do that is to go and just look in either library, bookstore. I'm always amazed at how few photography books most bookstores have. And then if you go to an art photography bookstore, you look at the stuff and you say, God, I don't like any of the way this looks. Because they're mostly drab. Which brings up where I want to go next. I got to go get one thing. Excuse me.
So Joan, I'm going to Maui in a couple of weeks, and to Hawaii. I've been to the Big Island and I've been to Honolulu once, but this will be my first time in Maui. So
I'm jealous. I've been to the Big Island, and that was magical.
Of course.
Yeah. So I'm still figuring it out, and it's very complicated now with COVID. You have to have like all the tests in a specific time frame and all of that. But I'm very excited to go check out Maui.
They're not accepting vaccinations.
No, that's not good enough. You have to have had a test, and it only tests from certain places, certain kind of tests, within 72 hours of your last departing connection from mainland US. So it isn't good enough to have it within 72 hours of leaving from Albany. It has to be within 72 hours of my connection, which is in Chicago. And I still haven't quite figured out. I think I'm going to schedule a test in Maui because I'm going from Maui back to Honolulu for a few days. And I don't think I need another test, but I might, and I don't want to get in trouble once I'm there. So I'd rather just make the reservation and cancel it if I have to. But oh yeah, it's fun.
Oh, good grief. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Well, I'll get back to it here. A couple of things I want to show. This is a portfolio book. And one of mine, and it is strictly pictures of my project of Days of the Dead in Mexico. And so there's not one word in it. Honestly, I need to redo this entirely. This is one of those very expensive Italian albums that was a ridiculous price, and of course they're not worth it because the quality in the end is not up to snuff, or at that time it wasn't. I don't know how it is now. So that's one thing I wanted to say I've got to redo. Here's a very prominent art book, or Beth Moon is a prominent author of books that are fine art books. My feeling is that this is a terrific failure. They're wonderful pictures, but there is not one word. There's some little commentary in the back of where stuff was, but there is nothing that tells about what this lady did to travel around the world, finding these extremely ancient trees, and what her personal connection was, because I have heard her speak, and that she is emotionally connected in a very unusual way to trees. Nothing. I am very glad I did not pay full price for this book. There were so many used books on Amazon. I was able to find one for, I think it was $20, and it was an $80 book. And that's the thing that I want you to avoid, is you can't make a book, because again, she's known, and this book is in art bookstores, like the big one in Santa Fe that is kind of like the end all of end all. Who cares? Obviously, a lot of people bought it, and a lot of people just sold it back to used bookstores. So that's something you don't want to do. Here's a book that's by a friend of mine, and I'm sorry for the glare. It's a very shiny cover. He is in Point Reyes, California. He has a gallery, so all he does is landscape work. Marty is quite extraordinary. He does his own layout, and you'll notice he now does commentary. He didn't used to, but he does. This little book retails for $30. He prints with a US, one of those second level printers, like HFG. So, and his printer's contact is on the list. But he has to sell it for that much, as opposed to my book, which is twice the size and 3 times the physical page content, just because he's probably paying close to, I'm going to say close to $20 for that, because of the way that he has published. And so it works for him because he sells only to his gallery patrons. And you notice no ISBN, nothing there. He does not have any intention of going for a wider audience, even though my opinion is he really should. It's just great work. He's a delightful gentleman. Let's see here. Okay, art books. One of my favorite art books of all time. And as you see, the only thing, can you even see where the title is there, that it's slightly debossed? This book is a woman. It's called Signs of Your Identity, and it is her over time work with Native Americans. And I don't know if I can show you this. The commentary is this individual's own experiences as a young person forced into a Catholic school detention center, all Canadian. Pretty serious stuff. And let's see how if I can show you this carefully. This is a tissue of the main image, and then look what's underneath. And the whole thing composites like that. Let me find some of my favorite ones here. Oh, my favorite, absolutely, is this gentleman. And the underlay is all images from wherever he is. Those towers in the back, that's a power plant in somewhere in reservation. Printed in Turkey. This particular printer does all the Aperture magazine books, and so they are, again, above reproach. And I believe I have the contact of them on the sheet.
What was the author's name on that one? The artist's name?
Her name is Odd, and I want to pronounce it correctly. There's her front page. Her name is Daniela, Daniella, Zalkman, Zalcman. I was able, it's out of print. She had a grant that covered most of the printing of this very difficult thing to get that registered exactly right. They printed 750. Price of this book originally was $55. Obviously, it's just a slim volume, but hugely expensive to print. I found this one. Where did I find this one? There may be still a few on Amazon, but full price. No deals there, because that's a piece to be reckoned with. But the beauty of it is the experiences of these individuals that she, as a reporter, as she interviewed them, and most extraordinary. I've certainly reread that several times. Let's see, what else do we have here? Here's the test book of my new project. And I was part of the Wright House Lighters Workshop Poetry Collective a year ago on Graduates, a year project. And this was the capstone of it. which was poetry and image of wedding dresses. Everything is done with a cell phone, highly manipulated. And so I was starting the layout. Oh, yes, dirty business. And all the poetry is about why would women even want to marry in the first place? We have so much to give up. So that's my start. Unfortunately, that book has it's 12 by 12 inches. So I wanted a coffee table size book, big. It's now gone to over 300 pages, so I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do that one, but it's in the offing. Okay, so that was kind of the last of those things that I wanted to talk about. Do we have other questions that have come up at this point?
Yeah, have you ever, or is it ever a consideration to do like a kickstart to get funding for a book? I know, like the St. Louis photographer that did the Dancers with Dogs did a Kickstart campaign. I'm just wondering how valuable that is or isn't.
I haven't done it. I've thought about it. Let me kind of go through a little story here. When I started on this route, so now you understand that my experience of actually doing absolutely everything in the publishing goes back now 7 years. So that's the extent of where I'm coming from. I realized that I needed to join these professional associations, our Colorado Independent Publishers and uh, the U.S. one, that, and to try and find out. And so, as thinking of my Taos book, I said, okay, so I think I ought to go to a regular publisher. I know how I want it to look, but shouldn't I have a regular publisher who would then take care of the edits and the printing and all? So I said, well, what kind of publisher would want it? And the first thing I thought was a Western university publisher, typical, who does Native American things, who does historical things, that would be the perfect place. I tried, and the only nibble I got was from the University of Oklahoma, and they said, well, we have to vet that you are a competent photographer. And, I'm an old girl, and I said, excuse me, I've been a master craftsman for a lot of years, and I have done this for just short of 50. Thank you very much. I'm not going to have any of that, especially when I don't know who your experts are. And then they wanted to redesign the whole thing. And then and they said, well, it's at least 2 years. Of course, little did I know I was going to spend a good deal more than 2 years, but nevertheless, I got it my way. And I realized, oh, and then I found out what the economics were. And I was still going to be paying for a bunch of things. And even if it just was distributing the book, you have to give them free 60 copies that they then disseminate for review and whatever. All the people who are going to review your work. I don't need this. And I thought, okay, 60 times what was the cost going to be per volume? And then I started getting sticker shock. I ain't doing that. It's easier for me to spend the money for the printing and do it all. Okay. So that was one of the avenues. Then the other avenue was that as a member, a neophyte member of our Colorado Association, suddenly I met a woman that I absolutely adore. And that's Melissa Serdinsky. She has been more than 35 years in all kinds of big name publishing. Ingram, Simon and Schuster, Perseus. She has done every last part of this whole thing. And she came as a speaker to our organization. And I said, I'm knowing this woman. Invited her to lunch, and we formed a bond instantly. Her goal is to become a distributor, promoter, and she would eventually love to have an art bookstore of her own. Okay, music to my ears. She lives nearby. Um, and so Melissa is now my distributor, and she is my warehouse. She is my fulfillment. So even though you order from Amazon, the order goes up to Boulder, she packs it and sends it out. And then does all the accounting and the maintenance of, okay, how many do we have on hand and where are they? And it's like, okay, thank you, dear lady. You just took all of the trouble away from me. All I have to do is go and glad hand people and tell them to buy and make seminars and do the art. Thank you very much. And so I'm sorry. Now I've forgotten where I was going with all of this. Is what was the original question? I'm sorry. Get me back on track.
I had just originally asked about Kickstart.
Oh, yes. Okay. So we discussed Kickstart originally, and you understand we were together knowing we wanted to work together well before I had the publication itself. I said, well, what about this? Many people, they do, okay, here, give me X amount of dollars, you'll get a finished book, and you'll get a print, a framed print, or some other goodie. And of course, in the arts, it's difficult. You have to have levels of donation, and you say, oh, well, I'll send you a box of greeting cards, of which Lisa knows all about doing greeting cards. And that's a good idea. And a print is a good idea. I don't know how you would apply it, Joan, to your dad's artwork. Do you have serigraphs, or are they all oils that obviously you're not giving away an oil?
No, what my thought was that for, in doing the levels, to do an original signed number, small print that wasn't even included in the book, that's original, that these people who purchased one of the first 100 books would get this, that nobody else is going to get, because that's only going to go with the first 100. So that was my starting to think. And then, he's talking about greeting cards. I mean, that'd be another great one, because he does do packs of greeting cards of different things. So, yeah. And I know you've got to have the levels. And once a level is sold out, then the next level, and kind of work it down. But
we did not do it.
Okay.
Because in the end, we didn't know when it was coming. In actual fact, we didn't get the physical books until January this year. They should have been September, not the previous year, but a year before that. We went through some significant difficulties, and then the books floated in the Pacific for 3 months, and there was all kinds of things that added to it here. So we did not do that. I'm very glad we didn't. Right now, most of these organizations are so inundated with non-art projects about funding so-and-so who suddenly has terrible medical problems or accidents, or trying for education or some other thing. I have not revisited this. It is definitely a possibility. Honestly, you don't get all the money. And there are the negatives are that most of the companies, you have a specific time limit. You still need to go out and direct people to your site. And then if you don't make the total that you want, then it all gets canceled. And you have so much going for you as far as the placing of books and events. I can only say that it's only maybe a 50% possible. Uh, it's not to be sneezed at. People have done it. As things open up, maybe. And interesting that you say this, because this Friday I have a Zoom meeting with Millicent Rogers Museum in Taos, and specifically their business manager, who is a Taos Pueblo member herself. And we are going to be talking about, since the Pueblo is not open, will not be open, there will be no events, and the Pueblo makes most of its money on tourists. And how can we use the book in a manner like a Kickstarter to benefit the Pueblo? And so, yes, we are thinking in that direction. It's going to be just darn slow. I got the worst of the timing. You all, because you're not there yet. You have a chance that things rebuild and people are out and about and of interest. Sandra's project is, it's good that it's put off for a while because people aren't traveling as much. Joan, yours and Lisa's are a little more that people, I can see that there's a little more immediacy of sales. But so yeah, that's a first class question, and a naughty one. So no, I don't have the answer. You can call up Melissa and ask her what she thinks at this juncture. She just took another contract with Scheinman and Schuster to develop some online, I don't even know what it is, some online sales thing that they are working with. But the whole problem is she'll talk your ear off. She won't give you a chance to even get a word in edgewise about where the publishing business has gone and why independent publishing is so important now. Because unless you are a name, or you have an in, or you have lots of money that you are going to fund the whole thing start to finish yourself, you can't get even somebody to listen to you. It used to be, everybody went for an agent. Well, I assure you, nobody wants us in the agent community because they can't make any money. We're talking about small runs. And maybe 1,000 or 1,500 doesn't sound small to you, but in actual fact, like what Lisa was showing us of those, the books from the Obamas, they're selling the name. And so the agent who makes a percentage on the placement is doing very well, thank you, but not on us. And so, and plus the fact we don't fit because we're hybrid content. And those others, even though it was picture and some commentary, it's still not the same thing. And we're all niches, as opposed to the celebrity who has a much wider potential draw. So if that explains what I'm thinking better. Any other question, or did I answer that as fully as possible? I hope.
Yes, that was great. Thank you.
Let's see. Gosh, what's next? Let us talk about these sheets that I sent you, the steps and all. There's no sense really in going through those things because that's for you to study. And then if you have a question, that's when you come back to me with an email or a Zoom, and we talk further about it. It's just too much material. We can't get through all of this. Let's talk about some of the technical things that make a book good or bad. And I think maybe me just drawing on this pile of stuff behind me here and showing you what works, or actually I'm going to ask you whether it works or whether it doesn't work and why. And we'll see your image sense. This is a tiny bijou of a book. You can see how small it is. I think it's like maybe, oh, and by the way, they always do this dimension first. So it's, I think it's 7 by 6. And it has a linen cover, and that's a glued on picture. Manipulated Polaroid transfers. How long has it been since you saw some of those? This is quotations and poetry. Oh, that's one of my favorite pages with the guy on the motorbike. I think you can probably find these still on Amazon used. There's a whole series. French Dreams, Irish, I don't know what else. So this one really isn't a test. It's obviously one of my favorites. What I don't particularly like is that the text is all quotations or commentary by other people, so it's not personal. So why I like these was just the imagery that spoke to me, and I did Polaroid stuff like probably everybody for years and loved it. And of course, I love the places. Hard to argue with that. And so here's another one that is not a test, but this is a huge book and it weighs a ton. Do you know Gregory Crewston? All of his work is set up. It's like theater. He hires models, location, and creates mysterious scenes. And he even burns down houses and things for the purpose. Let me see if I can find it. The back of the book shows how he does it. And there's one image of some of the lighting. It's on a crane. There's some of the burning of a house, and it's very hard to see, but he's got cranes and people all over the place, like a movie set. One of my favorite books. Do you want a book this big? It's kind of unwieldy, to be honest. And so you may, obviously expensive to print, you may want to think about different sizes. And that comes into looking at bookstores, seeing what you like, seeing what sizes, what fits in the hand for what you're doing. Okay, so now these are the test books. So just tell me what you think about the cover, the title, the way it looks. Small book, that is probably 6 by 5.
I like it. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily buy it, but there's no clutter. And I like that you can see the title very easily.
Well, I like it a lot because it is art and poetry. And it happens to be a cooperative book. It's two authors, two women who've gotten together on it. There's one, uh, it's glossy, which I'm not sure I like that. It it has one major fault on the back. What's the front? What is it?
It's a bird's nest.
Bird nest.
Okay. On the commentary on the back, she talks about what shelter is and doesn't into a nest. Where is your editor? that it has to be, and that's not very much, but this is just a sweet. Oh,
It looks like it doesn't open really well.
well,
Like you really have to hold it.
it's very stiff paper, but the addition of the watercolors and the poetry is just cute as it can be. And so this is a tiny little gift book. Probably would do very well in a hospital gift shop. Hallmark, very nice and very handleable. It's a tiny little gift that you would just love to give to a friend. 1995. Hi. So this is a poetry book by a lady Episcopal preacher. It has that French fold. What do you think?
I don't like the title.
I don't like how big it is. The
It is.
lettering.
But I like the
I'm
color.
talking about the lettering of the title.
Do you dislike the color, or did you?
I like the color, and I
Size.
like that the color wraps around, but I find the title is kind of confusing and judgmental.
Interesting that you say that. I did not see it necessarily as judgmental, but as you pointed out, is yeah, well, did you get right to whatever it was you were supposed to be doing? And of course, to me, the problem was, well, it's flowers. And so what does it have to do with the song? So in actual fact, the red, purple, and pale, it's more of an ecru, it's not white. That worked very well as a color combination. And I love the way the ecclesiastical purple and the royal red, that this spoke to me. But then I couldn't get, okay, so what do the flowers have to do with it? And the question is almost, okay, so you're dying right now, and I'm here to give you the last rites, and I want to know if you did what you were supposed to do. And so, in all honesty, the work was pretty good, and the layout was nice, and the way she used, oh God, I'm so sorry. This is where Zoom doesn't work for us. The typeset and the red and the black type works well. Using this idea of the colored uh, as a chapter change, very nice. So she did well, but unfortunately, the cover, which is what grabs your client, it doesn't work. Darn it! And It is the shape of a little missalette. I'm not thinking back to going to church in childhood, but yeah. So much of it is there, but where was the darn editor to say, you know, we got to rethink? I'm glad you pointed that out right away, because that, to me, that was way important to see. Though unfortunately, that book, of the books that I had to judge recently, that was one of the better ones. Darn it. Hard to say about that. Okay. This one is all poetry, so there's nothing to look at it on the inside. So we're just talking about covers. Is this going to grab you? Does it say what the title is? Does this, even if you might not be interested in?
That's cool. And I like how the hand kind of comes through the description in the back. That would grab me. And I'm not a person who really gravitates towards poetry books, but this is interesting.
Yeah, well, I don't either. And yet, design wise, I wasn't judging the content. I didn't have a thing to say about that. But it does work, because the stereotype is the red Indian, and so it's red and black, that it's coming through, that it is the hand imprint. This is way important. So yes, this one does work, and having the author and the, where is it there, the poems in white, it's effective. This is one of those, how big is it? I just forgot the square ones. It is, yeah, it is exactly 8 by 8. So now this is not a bad size. And you know, a lot of the retail book companies now have 8 by 8 and 10 by 10 books. Lisa, do you have one this size that would be a little bigger than those small ones that you showed?
I did not. I did the 5 by 5 because they were just tests.
Yeah,
And I did them with the inexpensive paper, and I got my discount. So it's stamped sample, because I knew I'd be going through 4 or 5 of them throughout the process. But when I sell to my clients, I have a 5 by 5, 8 by 8, and a 10 by 10. I love the square. I used to only have 5 by 5 and 10 by 10. And then 2 years ago, I had a client say, oh, all my previous photo books from when the kids were little were 8 by 8. And I said, okay, well, I priced it out, and that's become my most popular seller. And I really love that size.
there is something about the 8 and the 10 books that are so handleable, and you may want to think about that in as you conceive on the birds. Now, Joan, I wanted to ask you, your dad's artwork, did he work horizontal? Did he work vertical? What was his form?
He has both. So he's got some beautiful landscape orientation and some vertical. So we were looking at, right now, I think it's being set up as a 10, maybe a 12 by 12, 10 by 10, 12 by 12, something in there, so that the landscape portrait, landscape as meaning horizontal, could go across the fold if it was a really big one. And then the verticals, of course, would then fit nicely also on the square on one side.
I don't know if this would work, but one of the things that I've started doing, so if somebody gets a 5 by 5 book and they do a vertical image, it's not very big. It's like a 2 by 3. But if it's got a really powerful impact, like their columns or something, I'll do this and just kind of shake it up. So the book blows like this, but you might have a spread because of the orientation of the actual image. So you still get the power of the image without reducing the size. I personally, from a creative standpoint, I like that with the art.
Yeah, I think that we would, with if it was like 12 by 12, you have your verticals are still a pretty good size.
Yeah.
So I think, and then, and I have to see how we're working on the layout, but, I think that was I have to look again at the size, and it may be 12 by 12, but that gives you, that's a nice size for any
That's a
vertical
big
we
book.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The 12 by 12 sample of my
There you go.
book coming.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
And let's see if I can find. And it is a problem. And before you absolutely set your physical size,
Right.
be sure that it does not cost so much more that you're going to have a trouble with your finances, because that can make the difference between whether you can price your book at a place
Right.
that will go off the shelf, like my coffee table book. It's at 65. Most of books in that size and quantity of pages are at the 75, 85, 95 range, and I want to be as inexpensive as possible. And I specifically went to the sizing where I could make that that work. And excuse me, ladies, 1 second. I want to try and find one other thing that I want to show Joan.
So Joan, when we went to the Big Island, it's probably been 6, 7 years ago. It was the girls' spring break, and we stayed on the Big Island and we crossed over. We went to the, what do you call it, the rainy side,
Right.
going over the middle, going over the volcano, and then came back this way. And we probably went to that gift shop. We went to the park. We went to the top where you could see the crater and the smoke.
Yep. Yeah, you probably did. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, because that used to be where they'd hitch the horses and part of the ranch.
Isn't there an art community in that area?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And there's some great cabins you can rent in Volcano.
Yes.
Very nice.
Which they close occasionally, when that volcano's a little active, it all gets closed. So
yes. I've been there with active.
Yeah, I was too.
I'm sure you have easier. Okay. This is a book by the dad of friends of my husband's. And it's an old publication. It was done by this gentleman's gallery in Arizona. So they financed the whole thing. At any rate, it's a traditional book with a dust cover. And there's really practically nothing on the cover at all. And I wanted you to see how that was arranged. And the commentary, as you see, is directly from the artist. It's small. And yours will probably, I mean, it looks a bit old-fashioned in actual fact, but yours won't. See how this one went across the page? So I would say you should probably think of your verticals, how you would arrange them best, and then let the horizontals just go wherever they went. Most of these books, you need to ask the printer. It has to be what's called a Smythe sewn, or Smith. I call it Smythe. It's SMYTH, sewn book, which means that it's not put together just with glue. It's each signature of 16 or 12 pages, depending, is sewn together, and then it is glued into the binding. And that's a way important thing for the level of quality of books that we're talking about. Now the paperback ones, let's see. I'm not sure whether you can, yeah, I guess you can get sewn books with soft covers. But at any rate, this is where I think most of you are going. You know, it's the back of this one because it's dust cover, but it's so old. I think this is like from the 70s, but it doesn't have any of the contemporary things that you need. Going back to this one, when I first saw this one, I went nuts for the insole on the cover, which wraps around to the back. And then, of course, on the back, there's absolutely nothing, which I was not able to judge it well. I couldn't give it a good score because it doesn't have the things you need for the sail on the back. But the interior is just exciting. Yes, it's poetry, but it has these very strange pages. Look at that. And the use of the white space, we all talk about in our own work. How do you, particularly in portrait work, which, you know, well, do you center the face? Do you not? How do you deal with those things? And of course, the most awarded stuff generally is well off center. And I love this tremendously, but I couldn't give it a winning score because the design things, which is all about sales, just didn't happen.
That sounds good. I always think that like when you're teaching online, it's much more intense and compact than if we were in person, you know? So, and having taught online, it's like, yeah, I think you'll probably be able to cover your materials. I mean, you're doing a fantastic job. I'm really excited about this.
In this kind of a format.
Yes.
Where have you been teaching, Joan?
I teach with different states because I do online. I've taught a couple times in North Carolina. I've done print critiques twice in Virginia. I'm teaching again down in Jacksonville for the guild down there. So, and that one's going to be a live one finally. So. But everything else has been virtual. And I do the PPA, what they used to call like this, the super one day.
Gotcha.
Now it's a workshop, you know, so yeah, but I just feel like, you know, when you do this, it's really intense.
It
So
is. Have you
Joan,
thought of teaching for Ollie? I do that here through the University of Denver.
right.
Of course, the subject matter is who knows what. It's not photographic subjects. I mean, we used to do Super Mondays like 3 times a year, but that's a long time in the
Yeah.
past.
Right.
So,
Joan, what subjects do you teach?
Let's see. I have a whole like printers, speakers packet, but what has been very popular right now is, well, I mean, I teach on beginner Lightroom, everything from as I say, from nose to tail on pet photography, because that's actually where my 28 books are in, or dogs and dog training. So I've got a lot more than just the photography end of it. I've taught, I print, so I'm really anal about my color. So I've taught, the whole thing from color calibration, from, color flow from intake all the way to export as a print. I do a very popular one is teaching on the Wacom, the tablet, the Cintiq, the art pen, setting things up because most people have it in the box still. We've taught that for a couple different I know it's like I am the worst. I fully admit it. I had mine in my box for 6 months because it was a gift from my husband. And then finally he just unpacked it, set it down, plugged it in, loaded up the software, and was like, use it.
Well,
And
I
that's
purchased
If you have
one
an
years
online
ago.
class, let me know, because I could definitely use that.
I did, I bought a bigger one years ago and never
Right.
learned. It came out of the box, but it never really got used. And then this past year, I took a couple of classes with Kimberly Smith and Sandra Pierce.
Yes.
I'm like, damn it. I got the little one and I have used it and I love it, but it's one of those things you have to practice every day. And there's so many little I know how to basically use it, but I don't know how to use all the little buttons on the side to make
How to-
shortcuts. And
Yeah, so that's like the big part of the class is I teach people how to customize it for how they're using it. So
got any
yeah.
classes coming up?
I just taught too. I was thinking that Jacksonville Guild was going to want me to teach it, but then they chose. One of the things that we've done is everywhere I go, I affiliate with a dog rescue, and I've moved my studio 4 times, so we're good at all the startup stuff. But we've raised thousands and thousands of dollars on our pet fundraisers, and we have it like a well-oiled machine, and we're moving dogs in every 3 minutes, and so that's what they wanted me to teach was how do you do that. so and it's not so much actual physical photographing. It's going to be, we'll cover that on how to get the dogs in and out and make it stress free and that kind of thing. But who you align yourself with, how do you take the intake, all the reservations, how do you keep everybody straight, how do you get your products out the door, how do you make thousands and not be in the hole somehow. So that's what they chose. But I'll keep a list if I'm teaching the Wacom again. So
Yes,
I
please.
took a class on Creative Live, but it's just you're watching somebody, you can't interact, and they're teaching the one way they do it. And
right.
I got a little out of it, but I need a lot more.
Yeah. So yeah, and I'll let you know.
Well, I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
The first thing is that you do all realize that the color will be different regardless of which medium you printed. Okay. I hope that was obvious, but it needs to be said, and that no matter what you do, you will not see what you have on your screen. Now, I use a very old, it's like close to 20 years old, 30-inch Apple Cinema. Honestly, they are still better than the newer Apple screens, simply because they remain closer to what you can get in print. And that, of course, is my job now, is that the second career that I seem to have about helping people make books is most people have no clue what they're going to get. And my second, this is a question. What printer do you print on, please?
I use the Image Prograph, the new ones by Canon. So I have the 1000 and I have the 2000. And using the Canon preview software, it looks just like I print. So I do know. Well, but also I'm going to make the caveat there is that these printers will print in Adobe, they'll print in ProPhoto, all the way to ProPhoto. And I also have the papers that will hold some of those colors, and I'm printing in 16-bit files. which is not a book. The books are all CMYK. You can't get the colors like that. But for what I'm printing, and that's why I went to doing that, I literally can see exactly what I'm going to get. So in fact, sometimes I get a little more color because my screen, I have a BenQ, the highest end BenQ, I think it's a 32 inch. Of course, it only shows Adobe. So some of these papers will actually hold some of the very intense blues and greens, reds, oranges that you don't see on your screen. So I actually had to, one of my competition prints, it's a red Vizsla, and the only way that dog looked the way that dog was to print it in ProPhoto on one of my Canson. I'm trying to remember which one I used, but and I got it to look like it was supposed to look, rather than, if it gets squashed down to sRGB, it's browner. It's that beautiful red's not there. So I mean, CMYK. I mean, these printers though, these publishers, some of them are masters at working those files to get the colors really pretty nice. But I guess that's why you pay them the big bucks to translate even an sRGB file into a CMYK that looks pretty close.
It's an interesting problem in that as if you, the user, do the translation from any of the RGB CMYK, unfortunately, there are literally hundreds of CMYK, and that is another thing you want to ask the printer is okay, here's your color thing.
Mm-hmm.
And first thing, if you talk to a printer, the prospective printer, and the representative has no idea and just says CMYK, you don't want them, because that means you're talking to a salesperson who has no technical knowledge whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Version and deciding how to get it right is, and sometimes it doesn't happen. Now, I am currently having a problem with my P5000. I was an early Epson mentor when they first started having machinery that could be in a small studio or gallery.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it's come a long way, but right now I cannot get what's on the screen, and I do not have a profile that's working properly. And it's, I have to, shall we say, tweak in manners that don't please me to get what I need. And so I'm going to have to go back to Epson and say, all right, so where's my profile for the papers you currently offer? Thank you very much.
Right.
But done that. And since I don't compete, we didn't have really, gosh, I don't think I competed with more than just a couple of inkjet prints way back because it was newish. So, most of my stuff was photographic one way or another, and you just let them do it. So for whatever it's worth. So yes, I could use just a bit of instruction myself. Some of it. So I may ask you questions.
Okay.
Always use the tablet, but honestly, I don't usually care much about pen pressure and size and angle and all of that, and I probably should know more about it.
Yeah, especially if you paint, because I'm also an organic painter. I'm a watercolorist, and so I like things to feel like and to act like a real brush. So again, that's me. But there are things that it's very efficient. Some things it's very efficient, and I'm ambidextrous, so I usually have my mouse on my left. I'll put the keyboard on the left and do shortcuts, and then I have my pen in my right. And then I work with the Cintiq, so you can paint on it, and then you have a remote. So I have even more controls that everything is like, command central.
I don't know whether we like this woman or not. She knows way too much.
No.
We just need, let's do another session. You teach us all what you know about the technicals on the end. Because yes, I'm definitely a pixel surgeon, but I am limited to what I actually know how to do.
Right.
Here's what we used to do when we used watercolors and lamp black and all of those things on imagery.
Right.
Yes, I am really old at this.
Yeah.
So let's see here. I wanted to go very quickly through a couple of ones that are, okay, what's wrong with this kind of cover? Just a few. And then, oops, wrong background. Let's try this again here. Come on.
It's hard to even see the title there because it gets lost in having the font sizes being all the same.
It's kind of a weird book. It's got some kind of a shape on the gold part, which you want to see what's wrong with it. It is as it is.
I see why I was confused. It's because it says 80 poems by 2 octogenarians, but that by 2 octogenarians is so big, it's almost as big as the title. So you're trying to figure out if that's part of the title, and that gets confusing.
It is confusing, and the typeface that was chosen for the author's names at the bottom is illegible. Even I'm pretty close here. You ought to be able to read it, because if you think of it, if it's on the shelf, remember the shelves in stores, oftentimes they don't look like this. Shelves look like this. And so that's really illegible. Other things that are wrong here, obviously the picture is not centered. The border is a little kitsch. On the other hand, it's 2 men, actually, old guys. And so, the antique look is totally wrong. But of course, using a sunset makes you think it's an obituary. And so that's not a wise choice to start out with. And I'm so sorry, because the guys are hilarious and they're like scientists. And the work is actually quite good. And the layout on the interior came up pretty darn well in spite of the bad typeface. And then amazingly, they had a few little pictures. And it was great content. Couldn't judge it well because of those problems. And so it's not a book that you would pick up unless you knew the people. And even then, I don't know whether you read it or not.
I like how the picture and the title work together in the front.
They do. And that's interesting. It does look like it's going to be a downer.
Or contemplative. I don't know if that this necessarily looks like it's going to be a downer so much as very much something maybe thought-provoking. I don't know.
Well, it could be. It's not intimately exciting, funny, delightful. It's no little dog face or children's face or something like that. And then look at the back. Suddenly, there's a color picture. There are no color pictures in the book. and actually no pictures at all. And so what does this have to do with it? So
Are those flowers on the back? I can't.
it is an abstract, and now it's out of focus.
Huh.
So in actual fact, you have this rather joyful jumble of stuff going on here, and then you have that. And it's kind of like, okay, what direction am I going? So again, these are mistakes you wouldn't ordinarily make, but if I shown you what doesn't work, you will be able to finer tone what you do.
I can't tell why it feels so old to me. Like it feels like a 70s book.
Oh, yeah, you think? It's absolutely terrible picture for the front, even though it is indeed the Swinging Door Saloon. The work is to die for on the inside, and the cover is despicable. I mean, why on earth would you do this? The back is uninformative, and if you'll notice, look at
The
how
stretches over the sides.
Ooh. Yeah, it looks very amateurish.
the cover was mismanufactured, and it goes across the edge, and that should never been accepted from the printer. But I look at this and I just cringe every time I pick this book up, because the interior, the content is absolutely a scream. But go figure. All right, we were talking birds.
I don't like moving your text into, like, you
Yeah.
know how they do word art where that looks very dated to me.
I don't like it either.
That it's just completely not right.
And the font is,
Well, and yes, and the drop shadow. No, and no. This could easily have been the title up here in the empty space, with some, I don't know, a better typeface that it's just, as you said, it looks like a very dated wedding invitation. Sorry. And yet the seagull is really not bad at all. And the little face. And if you were interested in birds, you might go there. The back is way cluttered. Sorry, I'm not mirrored, so I'm going the wrong direction. I can't be a weathercaster on the TV. Way too much. If you'll notice, the girl's picture goes off the edge. So he's fallen. No reason for that whatsoever. I don't mind image in the back. That's okay, but it's just too much. And then the heal yourself business. It looks too much like your typical motivational or emotional book, of which there are so many, and we should all just give them a miss. So, for whatever it's worth. Okay. Oh, I found two books that I thought might be valuable as ideas. This is actually an artist's catalog. This gentleman is from Napa Valley area, and he is a commercial artist who specializes in public art. And so he makes these books, Splendor, but give away to the town council or whomever. He has some of the most glorious installations in civic buildings, airports. Anyway, showing, what are these? I think these were flags for some kind of a boutique area. But the way he has done this, and of course, he has a huge staff. Projects are millions. Absolutely wonderful pieces. And then he does his own very contemporary art as well. And his book, of course, this is not for sale. This is strictly a portfolio book to give away. He has several of these. It must have cost him a bloody fortune to do these. And well, other than the fact that I like this guy, and I've made his portrait, it's an interesting thing. One more by a good friend, architectural book. Don Ruggles is elder statesman, teacher of architecture all across the country. This is one of the books that was an inspiration to me. It is a fabric cover, and you notice it has that same tipped on image and the debossed lettering in gilt. And his book has nothing on the back because obviously you can't put that on the back here. He sells them mostly when he is at various colleges giving seminars. But what I wanted you to see was specifically some of his pages. And Sandra, this might be something that you could do using tiny maps, hand drawn even, as you go on your trip on Route 6, as where, so obviously it's not an architectural thing, but it's a little vignette.
Yeah, I was thinking of hiring, so I can't draw to save my life, but I was thinking of hiring somebody to draw some maps for me.
I think you would find that very, very nice. I mean, this is a common one of the Parthenon, but nevertheless, and you notice the map down below as to where it's from. So he's talking about proportion over the ages of, and how we react to it, how his idea of architecture as he designs a building, how he wants the emotional reaction of the people who work or live there. So for whatever it's worth. And in that same vein, Joan, I wanted you to see out of this book, my favorite artist. By the way, he's hilarious too. You see the crow down here at the bottom? Now, obviously it goes with that piece of art. This gentleman is what you'd call a Western primitivist. Throughout the book, there are these tiny little pieces that come out of another picture. I actually own the one that's above the sexy rabbit, but you see the pig underneath?
Yes.
I would bet you that in your dad's images, there are some little things that you could take out.
Yep.
As a little logo almost, and put different ones, sprinkle them throughout the book for.
That's cool. I like that a lot. Yeah.
It almost becomes like an Easter egg, right? Like in games, video games, people are looking for Easter eggs.
Exactly. And again, I know the lady who was the designer of this book, and that was the first one she did. She's never done another. And honestly, I don't care if she never does another, because this puts her in heaven, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. Let's look at some of the sheets of materials and kind of go through a few things and where you may have questions. And then again, not to worry if it doesn't all sink in right now, because come back later. We've talked about who is the market, how to determine that. look for those BSAC categories, major importance. Less so for you all than the person who's writing just a miscellaneous novel or whatever. We talked, we did not talk really right away about your author platform and contacts, but you've all got big pieces of this puzzle right away. And you simply have to be diligent about going there, whether it's website, content, the uh, updating and adding to content is way important. By survey, now this is from when I did blogs for various technical blogs for photographic sites. The intent was one blog about a week is the best. That's optimal. 3 isn't too bad, but as you get to more, law of diminishing returns, and for us, we're busy. We got families. We got people to deal with. Don't bother, because it's not going to bring you a bunch more. The one thing that I want to tell you is drummed into our heads from the professional associations, the publishing association, is how can we, the authors, we, the presenters, be the service? So in PPA, you're more looking about producing content, but in the back of your mind is how do you get that perfect picture for the family, the perfect dog stacked just like it should be, those things. So I would urge you to think as much as possible toward how your book serves somebody else. What is it that you want to leave them? What is so important that you have to say that is going to keep their interest and of value over time? You want to go even further. Joan, actually, all of you have gone really far into possible gallery sales, possible museums. Who do you know? Where do you go? Joan, specifically, I want to get you, if you can. I think I sent that link to a webinar that I just did for Millicent Rogers. We hit on something that the museum has just gone crazy for. And it was my idea. They invited me because they wanted to promote the book. Okay, so I said to them, well, yeah, but who's going to come to listen to me? They don't know me. And I said, let's bring others. And because it was for Earth Day, it was 4 women talking about how their art came from the earth, was inspired by the earth. And that's a big Native American thing, is that the process of art, they say, the traditional elders say, the first thing is it comes out of the earth. And that's where we all must begin. And so that's how it happened. And so I invited literally my friends. And it worked well because we knew each other.
Mm-hmm.
We had artists, but the artists didn't know each other. And girls know how to talk and how to make a program that people are interested in. Previously, they had men, and then literally that's what they did. They just sat there and they didn't interact. And so the idea, for instance, for your dad, who must be a character, I hope he is in good health, and that maybe that's part of your heritage that we're talking about, the legacy that you are creating, is some things of him in a webinar, you being the monitor, or
Right.
and maybe there are other people that he has interacted with in the islands. Maybe he has other old artist friends.
And in fact, one I'm thinking of is not only an old artist friend, but the two families have been friends for almost 200 years now. So yeah, he does have those contacts. Interesting, fascinating people. Yes.
You need to begin
Okay.
kind of script a little thing. Typically, and don't do a podcast. Forget that. We
Yeah.
want a person. We want to interact with the gesture, the face, the expression, the connection. You want the connection to your dad. The generally not more than 45 minutes,
Okay.
and that may be stretching his ability. I mean, it sounds like he's pretty much with.
He's a storyteller. He's an accomplished musician. He's you name it. He designs ukuleles, the faces of them with original art.
He's got to perform.
Yeah.
It's like that would be like going up to Makawao town to Casanovas and sitting there listening to the old guys from the neighborhood, including Willie Nelson, come in, and then some people will get up and do an informal hula. And our most of our friends live near Makawao on Maui, and that's first class. Okay,
Right.
you need kind of script. I'd love it if you could do 3, 5. But put together several people. Don't stick him out there by himself.
No.
That interaction, people will go nuts for this. And then of course, and it becomes a YouTube and da da da. Okay.
Right. Gotcha.
And actually, it works. Sandra, talking about your travel and your blog. Get some of your people together. Lisa, your contacts with the charitable organizations you've done so much work for, you get them talking. Put a bunch of girls together, and a token guy or here or there, but not too many guys. Mostly girls. That's where you're going to have great success.
You discounted podcasts, but I wouldn't be so quick to discount podcasts altogether. They've definitely become much more of a thing in the past year or two, definitely in the travel industry. So I think that there would be some value in granting interviews on maybe some select podcasts.
And yet, we are all about imagery. Excuse me.
But you'd be surprised how well some photography podcasts are doing these days. So yes, I don't want to be a podcaster. I have no interest in that because I am visual. I'm not oral. However, I'm happy to be interviewed on a podcast. I think that there would be.
Agreed. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I certainly have been. Actually, I was interviewed by the owner of a dry bar, which go figure. But at any rate, yeah, it was fun. We had a great time. I can use the voice inflection to make it interesting. Not every presenter will have the variety of tone and the speed or slowness of speech, depending on what's being said. So I think I stand corrected. You are probably right, but considering that we are all so visually driven, I would really, you have limited time. You have 1 or 2 other things to do. If you go in this direction, I think that your people, plus the fact in travel, you have the ability to put behind your picture any darn thing that you wish to show. And if you are going to do something wonderful, um, the, the, oh, come on here. Where did I go? I went away one moment. Oh, I see what I did. I whacked the wrong bar. There it is. Uh, some wild and fun. And then if you happen to be talking about leaf peeping, obviously you're going to go for an appropriate picture, and you go down, and there's New Mexico leaves, and you understand what I'm saying is that you have a subtle additional thing that goes on by adding the picture. So I'm trying to sell that very hard. You made a great point though. So let's see, going on here. Um, okay. Um, Alpha and beta readers. Who do you have that can help you in those jobs? The alpha reader is the person that you just um, bounce ideas off of. Maybe you don't have more than 2 or 3 pieces, a chapter, a grouping. And, chapters is important. I just forgot. Everybody, except maybe Lisa's birds, may not need a chapter. You ladies need chapters. You need to group things together that work well. And whether, Sandra, for you, it's by state, or I don't know, weather, something, but you do need to have that. And let me see if I can show you. Yes, I wanted to pull out. Okay, yes, out of my own book, and go back here. Where's my little thing? Yes, there it is. And okay, here is a chapter. So this is the page that starts a new section. So it's the title of the section and an image. And the image is taken from that section. There's the, is it sort of in the right place. And if you'll notice, not that you would necessarily have to do that, but the title page image, it's scumbled. It's not the full resolution, the full saturation. Get the right word here. So here's God, can't see what I'm doing. There. Okay. So there's the full saturated. And there's the scumbled. And so, not that that's just an idea of how to satisfy the chapters. I don't know, Joan, for you, it might be different techniques. It might be different islands. It might be different ages.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. It might be, I'll have to look at it because it could be the different islands. It could be different eras. And I'm thinking maybe eras might work, but I'll have, yeah.
On the art book that I'm currently working on, the original author did everything chronological in how this artist worked. But unfortunately, the artist jumped back and forth in his different styles and subject matter. And so the text, it drove me crazy because it bounced all over the place. And so what we're doing, and I don't know whether this is right or not, but we're going to allow the original author to have a biography book all by himself. I'm taking the artwork and I'm rewriting the whole thing. And so I'm going to take the artwork in genre and then chronological, as in where this man, he was actually conscripted by Hitler's German army, if you can imagine, as a non-follower and non-believer. And he lived through the Eastern Front in conditions that are recounted to be absolutely unbelievable. And then all of a sudden decided he was moving to the US and landed in Denver, and he went crazy. And anyway, so we solved the problem by deciding there were going to be two books, one that was readable and the other that was a scholarly treatise. And you won't have quite that, but you need to also think in the way the ladies aren't going to be thinking. You need a chronology. If you have a catalog raisonné, you may want to think about that in your back matter. You may want to think about an index to the imagery with additional information other than what is in the text. And I guess I should have showed you that. Let's see here. My book actually includes a timeline, which was absolutely a bear to do. And then dedication, acknowledgments, bibliography, web sources, and an index to places and people as well. This was one of the early volumes. It didn't have the index of the imagery, but it had dates, places, all kinds of stuff in that. And you will need all of that in the back of your book. So extensive back matter. As Sandra, you will need some of it. Lisa will not need so much. Unless obviously you want to go further and you want to have someone knowledgeable about species in your area, and you go with the backyard thing and you want to have little bits of ornithological lore by a local expert. I mean, you have the contact, so you might want to think of that. And then it is an additional reason someone might wish to buy for the birders. Okay, let's see. All right, we've talked about evaluating strengths, weaknesses, quantity, quality, holes to be filled. Of course, there are going to be some things that you want to delete. And that's the hardest thing to do, isn't it? It's to take things away. Now, one thing that I will caution about taking too many away. On Lisa's bird project, we talked about how having, and you've already done this partially, to have little pictures that were, it's not fair to say they were the also ran, but the additional expressions, shall we say, that yes, you want that. Sandra, I don't think this applies so much to yourself, but it does apply to an art book. For instance, if there is one just a hero image of some subject, but if there were 3 or 4 other images that had a similar or the same theme, but were a little different, but they weren't the ones that you consider to be the best, you may group them as a group to show how the main picture developed. Or if there's, for instance, a sketch and then an oil, you definitely want the both, and you want them where they are together so that the reader understands where the art came from and how it it developed in the mind of the person doing the work. So that would be a place where you don't want to eliminate some of the best ones. I discovered this for myself because in this one book I'm working on, I discovered that one museum and one gallery here locally, between the two of them, they have over 100 pieces by this man. And most of them were not given to me in the original inventory that I had to deal with because they were not as important. And I thought, no, 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 no. We want to see how this artist kept thinking and thinking and reworking ideas because that's what he did. He worked from noon until dinner time, and then he played with his family. And at about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, he worked until 5 in the morning, almost every day. And he sat there by himself and just kept churning out stuff until he was satisfied with the main thing. So that's the story is long story short is don't throw out too much. Okay. Deciding which parts of the process you can do yourself. Obviously, optimizing the pictures, that's a given. The editing, you're pretty much going to want to do yourself, with the caveat of making sure that the final edit, you've got someone else to do proofreading at least. And if you have those intermediary steps that I showed you, that's where you catch all the errors you made. And it's amazing how many errors you did make. I thought I was perfect, what can I say? And every time I go through it, I find something else. So that's you don't want anybody to laugh you off the face of the earth photographically because you missed taking out something that shouldn't have been in the picture, or there was who knows what that shouldn't have been there, or the color wasn't right. So the same goes for the text. So enough said. I think that the biggest problem you all are going to face is how big is this book going to be and what's the proportion? I said, what do you want it to look like? And that I can't help with because whatever I would choose is not what you would choose. Bigger is better. But again, you've got to think about your client, your end user. What will they like? What will fit the purpose that you're leaving the viewer with? What will they hold in their hands most suitably? And if it's a big heavy book, then it remains a coffee table book or a display rack. And it depends. Now, our clients are probably artistic people. They probably have libraries. They may have maybe an old music rack that they use as a book rack or something built into a bookshelf. So we can assume our clients are a little more savvy, a little more forward in that, but you don't want to only play to the snob appeal. So you got to balance things back and forth. If you use a horizontal format, almost certainly you will be able, the printer will be able to print fewer pages per signature sheet. And by the way, they take care of all the sequencing. You don't have to worry about what print goes where. That's their, it's all done by software. So you send them just in chronological order. most books are going to be a 16-page signature, but the minute you go to the horizontals, it's almost certainly going to be a 12-page signature. So that begs the question, how good are you at math? So if you want to get the most for your buck, it has to be either in multiples of 12 or 16. But you need to ask. And so again, what you do depends on the printer you choose and the size of the book. And so, for instance, when I finally got around to my printing, I thought everything was in 16s. And so I multiplied it out and I had it just right. And then my chosen printer came back and said, oh no, this is 12 because it's horizontal. And I said, oh, it's, oh shit, oh dear, kind of thing. And then I discovered, well, I had 4 extra pages. And fortunately, I had just found some more pictures in my inventory. I said, okay, that's to my benefit. And so otherwise, you would pay for pages that you didn't use. And so that's a concern. Now, quantity is something that is important to think of. And this likens itself very easily, portfolio books and poetry books. Do you all know the word chapbook in poetry? Does that make sense? That it's a smaller collection of poems, usually in the 25 to 30, 35 range. Very narrow, little bitty book. Okay. That's too small for anything we're talking about here. And in actual fact, probably a book that is in the 80 to 100 pages is also too small for what you're doing. Lisa's, yours may be different than that. So I just need to backtrack and say, possibly you might be in the 65, 70 page. But then if you do back matter and you have some other expert writing about the species, who knows? Most of these art books do range in the, I'm going to say, 175 to 250 page range. You have to have quantity to be worth the price on your cover. And I don't think there's a scarcity of material, certainly not for me. I'm wordy. And you ladies, you're going to have plenty, I would think. About how many pieces, Joan, do you think you have of your dad's?
We stopped at 120 because I thought that was I mean, he's got more. We may have to do another volume, but we did his favorite, his most popular pieces, what we're working with right now.
Well, in that case, then you probably have a book that is in the 240 to 250 range, which is good. I would encourage you to use maybe some of those others as small pictures, just like we were talking about, so that you have just a wealth of possibilities. Don't skimp. It sounds like it is just an extraordinarily wonderful life history in the imagery. And so we want to see as much as we can get. We like to look at the pictures.
And I'm thinking when you talked about the little pullouts, he does these amazing little pen and watercolor, ink and watercolor. We could do little ink and watercolors where we need the little spacing, and whether it's petroglyphs or if it's some little chicken that you find on the Big Island, all these little things.
Well, my favorite author happens to do chickens in a big way, and let's see if I can find it here quickly. His autograph with chickens for me in the front of the book. There they are. He did them by hand in front of me. And so very important to get that sort of thing. Also, if there are, let me see here. Where is it? I miss it. If there are other items, definitely the pen and ink thing. Oh, here it is. This guy does primitive furniture. And so grouping things like that is perfectly satisfactory. And you will also, I don't know whether you can see it, but the typeface on this page where the captions are sans, and the body of the text is a serif for better reading. And that kind of difference is definitely a good artistic move. Let's see, where were we? Okay. When you have approximately the size and approximately the page count, and is it all 4-color or how is it? That's the time to get a preliminary estimate from the printers. You can tell them that it is preliminary, and they will spend some time on it, but not a lot. And you need to make sure that they know that this is just the beginning and that you're wanting to get a feel for what they do. The next problem, and I have found this even with US printers, the people that I deal with, Hong Kong, one, Korea, Shenzhen, China, who just did my book. There's one in Canada and one in Turkey that I know that I have vetted, and I believe they're all on that list. You got to ask them questions. Darn these people, they don't know how to go 50% of the way to you. You'd think they did because they're all artisans like we are. They have a skill that is way important. And oh, by the way, all of these printers do picture books. They know about hybrid media, image and text, as opposed to just your ordinary printer. Okay. So let's say that you want a 12 by 10 book, and you're contacting this printer and you give them the specs and you say, all right, now please tell me if this fits your formats and if it is more economical to have 11.5 by 10. They won't tell you if you don't ask, because they don't think of it that way. They think of making a bid for exactly the specs that you have. And so you have to ask them the what if questions. And that's a hard thing to do, is to remember that they're not going to suggest anything for you. And therefore, well, do you want a dust cover? Do you want, is the book going to be bound in a paper or a fabric? And what are the other things that you need? And you have to ask them. Interestingly enough, a great many printers do not bind their books, and they send them out elsewhere. And so that's a question. Unbelievable. You'd think you don't have to ask that, but you do. All of the people that I work with, you want them to do the binding right there. That's a whole nother artisan skill. And so, yes, if you wanted something that had, I don't know, a nautical theme and had rope embedded in the cover, yes, you do want to go to a bindery separate, but be the payment, it's going to go like that. There's a very nice bindery here in Denver that I know the lady that has owned it for years. I can't afford a thing she does. There's just there's no sense in trying. So go for the 95% rather than the 99. My advice. All right. Paper. We got to have a little bit of a discussion of paper. There used to be millions of different kinds of paper. That is not so anymore because manufacturing has gotten to the point where it's so expensive to make book paper, quality book paper, which is what you're going to need for color pictures, obviously, that many companies have gone out of business. It's just that simple. And so the options have diminished, and you almost have to go with what paper the particular printer uses generally. They will recommend, they will help you. The worst part of it is paper weight is designated by a whole bunch of different ways, and you don't know. So you have to demand a sample, demand for the color of the paper, because don't think that the color of the paper doesn't influence your image. Of course it does. So if you want an antique look, you might ask for a paper that had a slightly ivory cast, but I think that all of us need a whiter, brighter white. And if they send you a swatch and it doesn't look very bright, this is not what you want. In general, now let me see if I can get this right. Paper is either listed in its pound weight or its gram weight. Wonderful, wonderful. And then, of course, whether it's cover or text. And so you are going to want probably I'm going to say maybe a 140 pound weight. But think about how big is your book. If you've got a 250 to 300 page book, you do not want the heaviest possible paper because the book will weigh a ton, and then it will cost a lot to ship, and your customer will have to haul it around in a wheelbarrow. So this is a problem. What you want to make sure is that you don't have bleed through in the page. That if you have a beautiful picture on one side, you don't want to see the print through it from the other side of the page. And that's a concern. I had that little bitty book with the nest on it at front that had really heavy, almost watercolor paper. And it was fine for that. But then did you notice how it didn't handle well? Not a good idea. You want something that when you open it, especially these big books, that it lays not maybe flat, but almost flat. The Smythe sewing will help the laying flat. You do not want a book that you have to pull the thing apart and practically, you don't want a beach read where you have to break the spine of the book to sit there with your Corona in one hand and the pool boy coming back and forth with supplies. That's not what we want here. We want something that is a display that people can look at and enjoy, maybe two people looking together. So in effect, it is kind of like a big, beautiful wedding album that you're laying out here, because you want to savor every last moment, every last detail of the image. So we've all made wedding books. I made a bunch of them. And of course, for me, that's where it started, is how to do this differently than everybody else. Okay. Well, we talked about thinking right away about marketing and distributing, warehouse, and fulfillment. Okay, books are big, they are heavy. when they come from your printer, doesn't matter how it is, where are you gonna put the books? The cartons, there are specifications. Cartons must be no more than 40 pounds. They must be double walled. I am happy to tell you, my distributor said that our books came from Shenzhen, China, in primo condition. If it is soft pasteboard, you are going to find things get damaged, and you will have shrinkage just because of the transportation that gets to you. All right. My my 1,500 books, 10 books of the soft cover went in one box. Or no, I'm sorry, 12. Oh God, now I'm forgetting. 10 books of the hardcover and 12 of the soft cover went in one box. And the boxes were of different size. I can barely lift the heavy boxes. And then they come on a pallet. And where are you going to store them? My shipment was 2.5 pallets worth of merchandise. Do you have a garage? A garage does not work. Thank you very much, because a garage does not have climate control. And what if you had a little bit of water damage or insects? No, 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 you can't afford that. And traditionally, a publishing house had giant warehouses. No more, because they don't want to invest in 1,000 of your books and they have no idea whether they're going to sell them. So this is your responsibility to figure out where you're going to keep them as you sell those books. And this is even if I had chosen to distribute my books through the University of Oklahoma. They don't have them there. They might have a dozen, but they don't have the stock. And the same is going to be for you. You got to figure out, where do you keep the books? Okay, so that's where then choosing a distributor comes in, because what does the distributor do? And now, mind you, this is not a wholesale. Let me make clear the difference between a wholesaler and a distributor. A distributor generally, and mind you, there's some overlap. Okay, my distributor keeps the books. She has her own storage unit. She keeps all the accounting. She is the fulfillment. So when an order comes in, say from Amazon, she takes that order, she fulfills it. Amazon eventually pays her. She accounts for that money, and she makes a detailed accounting to me. She also, if there, for some reason, there is a return, let's say, because our books are all shrink wrapped, we have not verified if there is any problem in the print. I found one the other day that the end papers were wrinkled. I can't sell that. But I was at a friend's house and I was going to sell this book to her. I opened the thing up because I'm going to autograph it. And I look at it and I say, I can't give you this. Fortunately, I had extra in the car. And so I just went and got another one. You will have a few books that there's going to be something wrong with. It's just inevitable. And there is a good way to use those. So don't throw them out. I'm going to tell you about that in a minute. At any rate, we were talking about the distributor. So the distributor is kind of behind the scenes. She will help with talking to, for instance, national parks or museums, libraries, this sort of thing. The wholesaler, on the other hand, is what is called also a one-stopper. In our Southwest, there's a company called Treasure Chest. Treasure Chest is out of Phoenix, and they have a huge catalog. They offer books in their catalog from probably 300 to 400 different small publishers. And so they put out their catalog to who knows how many people. And then they take orders, but then the order goes to the distributor. And you understand how the middlemen are down the road. Now, a wholesaler may be useful. And Amazon kind of acts like a semi wholesaler and semi distributor, but they don't have the stock. I guarantee you. Now, if it's Michelle Obama's book, yes, they may stock it, but they changed all their procedures a year ago because they started emphasizing in their inventory for essentials and product rather than books. And so that's way different and mindset business wise for them. And it's to our detriment as authors. Okay, so what I'm doing is trying to say, now I would love it if, for instance, I sold you on the idea of having Melissa Serdinsky, my friend, as being your distributor, because we've already got it all set up. But ideally, for you ladies, it would be better to try and find someone in your neighborhood who was able to do all of this for you. Now, I don't have a suggestion of how to find such a person, but it is a new thing. It may be that you co-op with another author or so. That is possible. Now, Joan, for you, it will be absolutely essential that you have a contact person in Hawaii who has a partial stock of your books and can go physically to various galleries, museums, take a book and say, here, don't you want to carry this? You need a girl on the spot. And honestly, you can't afford to pay them. It's got to be.
I have so many cousins there and they're actually all involved in Big Island and on Oahu. So
then
and they all love my dad. So
find a place where you can get a climate controlled a place to keep your inventory. Don't open the boxes. Absolutely not. I have the problem of everything's too dry and will war here. You all have the problem of things being too wet in general, or a different sort of environmentals. And so that's why you need, if you were to rent a storage unit, which is perfectly acceptable, rent a climate controlled one. So that's temperature and humidity.
Public storage has some good ones out west. And I mean, because I've been having to do a lot of storage. Public storage is a good company to check. They have places all across the country and they're climate controlled.
Good point.
I highly recommend them.
Then you just find the convenient one and the price and the facility, the ease of doing it. You always want to have a couple of boxes with you. I have them in my car because I never know. I met somebody at a birthday party on Saturday night who wanted a book right then. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. And give me the cover price, and I'll give you a beautiful signature and personalization. And you just made a sale. And so you don't know. Now, I happen to have a girlfriend. I have lots of girlfriends in New Mexico, but one specifically who has a big, beautiful garage, and she knows all the art people, and she has a dog. Miss Stella is a beautiful little white Shih Tzu who is also a companion dog. She has got her certification, and all the bookstores like Stella. And so Stella and Roberta take my book and go around. And of course, then, so my best salesman has 4 feet. And I'm sure you understand all about that, Joe, is how that works. It's it's just a fun thing that happened, and that Roberta just happened to move in the last year to Taos and has a big, beautiful house. And, you know, there you go. So I've got my girl on the spot as well as a place that she just keeps a couple of boxes of books, not a lot. And she comes back and forth here. So when she needs a new box, I give her another box or two, and she keeps her inventory, and then we transfer it up to Boulder to Melissa to keep track of the total inventory. So are you getting the feeling that the making the book is like making the picture for your customer? It's 10% of the time that you spend pressing the shutter on the camera, and all the rest is what we've got to do to make the product that they hold in their hands.
How long do you expect your stock of 1,500 books to last? Like, is this going to be what you need for a couple of years, or do you think you're going to have to make more?
Sandra, you're asking a terribly difficult question. When I originally set the quantity, I made some mistakes. And of course, it was pre-pandemic and everything was open, and you know, we were going to have bookstores, we were going to have art galleries, which were going to have G-Clays. There was just a lot that was going on. I think now that's going to be probably 2.5 years worth of stock if things open. I am doing what I can by making personal appearances, doing the webinars for the one very important museum, and I'm going to be doing an in-person workshop about books for New Mexico artists, of which that area is a hotbed of art. And so I will not get paid for that. And because I can stay with Roberta, you know, my expenses are traveling 350 miles to get there. It's a very tough question. At this point, I have practically no sales of the soft cover. That the hardcover is what people want. And I did not do my due diligence, but I'm not sure I would have even gotten the correct impression then, because of all the changes that have gone on just in how things are open. The Millicent Rogers Museum, the lady who runs their gift shop, it's more like a trading post. And so everything that they offer there is genuine from the artist, craft, jewelry, pottery, paintings. Everything is top notch, expensive. And so they had no interest whatsoever in the more what I would call inexpensive tourist book. The soft cover now, I understand, needs to go to the hotel gift shop, the curios, if you will, in my case. I didn't know. So if I had, well, hindsight and all, I would have probably ordered 500 of the other and 1,000 of the hardcover. And yet, if things open, particularly tourists in the Southwest, they're hungry for all of this. And because the Native American sites are not open and are not planning to open, I think this is going to change. But I don't, who knows? It's an oddity, but very carefully deciding what is appropriate and what is of service to your potential clientele. How will it be? Lisa, if you are able to hook up again with Charity of the nonprofit nature organizations, what is their price point?
Yeah, and so that goes to the relationship I've built with Georgia Audubon. I donated all the profits from the bird calendar to Georgia Audubon. And one thing happened last year that I am really going to target for marketing this summer. I have a friend who's a client. She has a business, and she contacted me in November and said, can you give me a special price if I order 100 and then have my business name on the front, compliments of her business? I'm like, heck yeah. You're buying one, you pay this price, you buy 50 or more or 100 or more. So I'm really going to promote to businesses this year for larger quantities, but I was able to write a check for $1,000 to Georgia Audubon. Just from selling these calendars from the pictures of birds outside my house during the pandemic. And that has been part of the process of meeting people. And I got a little note card the other day from the neighbor who lives behind me, thanking me for contributing to Georgia Audubon because, hello, by the way, she's on the board of Georgia Audubon. I'm like, oh, nice. It's all kind of coming together. So I do have this network now that is starting to build. Birding is huge with the pandemic. Here I was thinking I was unique and I'm, learning about birds. Well, I'm just like everybody else. It's become the hottest thing going during the pandemic is bird watching. And I'm going to try and tap into that. People are really loving this, tapping into nature. We turned our yard is now officially a wildlife habitat.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
and it was the pandemic. Who knew?
Are there a lot of books on photographing birds? Like, could you, I don't know if it'd be part of what you're doing, but maybe add tips on how to photograph birds in your backyard?
That's really interesting because I've been looking at, I've had people in my state association, Georgia PPA, have said, oh, your photography with birds, you've turned this corner and you should teach a class. And then there's that feeling of, well, but I've only been doing this for a year. How could I be teaching a class when there are all these people who have been doing it for decades, going around the world? But you know what? I've been a professional photographer for 15 years. And bird photography just makes some changes to it. It doesn't change the fact that you're yeah. So I've thought about that. Next week, I'm actually taking a class through Georgia Audubon. We have a webinar, actually it's this week, Wednesday night. And then we're going to a local nature preserve and learning intermediate to advanced bird photography. So when I go to these things, I am taking notes, but that is pretty cool. One thing I like
even with more mass market appeal is just giving people tips on how to photograph birds with their smartphones. I mean, something that's accessible to them. One way you can also promote your book is to offer to do guest blog posts or write or articles on photographing birds in your backyard.
Yeah, and one of the things I like, there's an app that I found because another photographer was doing on Instagram, doing the 2 photos scroll. And the first photo would be the image and the next photo would be the image. And it had all the details, the manual settings that she used. And if she used any app software to do photo editing. And I thought, that's so cool, So you can, so I've thought about too.
Like a B picture being the editing tips. I've seen photographers doing that where they show how they got to the final.
Mm-hmm. How I took the little fountain that gets in the way in the bird bath. You just want the bird and the stone.
I mean, I think you're taking the Sandra Pierce class, right?
Yeah.
Not to that level.
Yeah, no. But I do like the settings, I shot it at this, and this, and I started with my 70 to 200 because that's what I had. And then a month ago, I, had put some money aside and I I got the Tamron 150 to 600. And oh my God, I am now going to be going to physical therapy. It wasn't just the lens, but I have done something with my sciatica nerve.
Yeah.
And that was part of it. But I mean, it is just such a difference. But you can take, like you said, a phone. You can take what you have, and if you use the right techniques, and with my 70 to 200, yes, I had to zoom in and crop, but I knew how to take the picture in the right light where I could, and it was still crisp.
And the only reason I mention it is because then it has more mass appeal when you're trying to, as if you were going to do a guest blog post or, answer an interview, whatever. It's a way of making it something that is appealing to people who wouldn't invest in the super camera and lenses.
Right. Well, thank you, because I'm putting that on my little list that I started earlier with Sara on ideas for, the big picture of the book.
Good deal.
And for me, that's where I'm still trying to hone in on, is the concept of what I want the book to be.
Exactly.
It can't be just birds. It has to be something. But I like that, Sandra.
Added value is what we're talking.
Mhm.
And if I can, I put up one of my
Gorgeous.
book. Let me show you the whole thing. It is a grandmother finishing the makeup of one of the young dancers. I am going to do a webinar about photographing powwow. And we can't do it yet because nobody's having powwows. They're having demonstrations of Native American dance and showing the regalia and all. But when the time is right, I happen to know a number of people. The lady that runs the Taos Pueblo powwow every year, which is good. And I know another gentleman here locally who does very good Native American dance imagery. And we are going to do a webinar about how best to photograph, how to talk about the regalia. You never talk, it's never a costume. That's a big mistake that people make. They say it's the costume. Not at all, because it's all originally religion-based. A devotion is the dance. Okay, so we're going to do one. I know exactly how we're going to do this, but I have to wait. And I've got another one here. This is the Taos. That's their dance ground, which is not real large, but it's quite beautiful. And of course, outside in the very traditional manner. And how do you do it, and how to have the right politeness, and there's a lot of technical stuff to it. So that's perfect idea of the added value that you can, that you're doing something that benefits the reader. Now, Joan, okay, so how could you do this? Your dad talking about how he constructs his paintings. For instance, the art book I'm working on, the son told me the other day of how his dad combined watercolor, pastel, and ink, and what was the procedure of doing it. And it was fascinating. And something like this, major, big deal. And of course, with his age, you don't have any time to lose. We hope he's there till 101 or so, but nevertheless.
But his mom lived 104, so, and his dad was up in the upper 90s. So we got a good shot at it.
Have a good shot. I have a great many 100-year-old people as well, so I am definitely hoping to have another couple of decades with this husband. He's a pretty good guy. So you understand how I'm trying to give you ideas of where you can be so different that everybody wants you. And in invention, thy name was woman, I'm sure. So just how fun can you be is what you do. But we've got lots of ideas here. Okay, so that's the marketing. We talked about distribution, warehousing, and do you know what fulfillment is? That's strictly meaning a person places an order. What do you do? What's the procedure to get that book into that person's hands, assuming it's not me going to the trunk of my car and pulling out a book, okay? So the distributor should be also the person who fulfills. So in Joan's case, where she has cousins in Hawaii, they are going to have, well, it's possible that sometimes they can hand deliver, and which they should, because that's yet one more personal contact and everybody remembers that. But if they have to mail it, maybe somebody lives on one of the different islands and you don't happen to have someone there. And so you need the right kind of mailer, and you'll need a what they call a one-piece foldable book mailer. And of course, they don't come in all sizes. So you need to figure out what size you need. And they can be expensive. So it's wiser, again, to think of your cost all down the line, as you don't want that all of a sudden, well, go figure, a 12 by 12 mailer is less expensive than a 12 by 10. Go figure. It makes absolutely no sense, but you need to know, and therefore, obviously, everything getting it to Hawaii is expensive for you. And so, yes, you're going to have to be very penny conscious in how you manage the project. Think of your project as a construction. You need plumbing, you need electrical, you need framing, you need a foundation, you need all of these things. And that's what each of you, even if you farm out some of the stuff, you all need to think like you're a contractor. And therefore you have to know more than the people you're buying from, because if you need tile, by golly, you need to know about, well, is it floor tile or wall tile, or how's it going to work in your place? And you understand my analogy here, that you have to research each and every piece. And again, I am happy to be there for you all along the way, because you won't know. And so you might as well call me and ask me if I have run across whatever problem it was. Let's see. We talked about back matter. You're going to want some kind of a blurb about the artist. That would be you, basically, or your dad in this case. And it shouldn't be dry. It should be fun. We talked about indexes. We talked about, well, for me, bibliography was important. Honestly, I don't think it is for you all. I don't think you may need one, or just a very cursory one. Publication info, dedication. That reminds me, one thing here, what did I do with? Oh, good grief. I'm losing stuff. Well, let's see if this has it. Nope. Now I get. One of the most important places of what I call housekeeping, custodial, in your publication is going to be the contents. page. And we're going back to my virtual background. Okay. Contents. So we have end papers. Oh, this is the book. Do you see the, where is it? The wrinkle? I can't sell that. But what you can do with this is perfect if a particular store buys 10 and they're all shrink wrapped. That's no good. You have to have something that the customer can feel the goods. Give them this one. Complimentary.
Could that be a problem though, because it is wrinkled? Is that?
I thought of that. I make the best of it. Considering that that's just on the end paper and the rest is perfect, not really. Okay, so we have title page, and then we have a frontispiece. You don't have to do this. I'm just telling you how I did it. And then you have the main title page. Oh, come on here. And plenty of white space. And then you have your table of contents. And a nice scumbled picture behind it. Okay, so what I want to call your attention to is, let's see if I can get it to the right spot here. Yes, there we go. All right, good grief. I won't get this yet. Damn. And I'm wiggling it so much. All right, it has all of the publication information. So it has my copyright, rights reserved, something about the edition, and then the ISBN numbers. I don't know if you can see that. It says it has both ISBN numbers, Library of Congress catalog number. If you want to be in a museum or a library, you must have a Library of Congress number. There is no charge for that. Then it says the publisher, and that's me, and my address. And I have this wonderful logo and my signature. And then it gives contact information, websites, etc. At someplace there, your BZAC categories are quite appropriate. But all of that, again, that's your advertisement, and that is the way that the bookstore or shop further categorizes and knows where to put your book. So that's your major housekeeping that you absolutely have to have. And if you don't, the independent publishing company competitions will say, I don't think so. We will not award you. So for what it's worth, that will make you look like a professional in nothing flat if you have all of those things together. And in actual fact, it's not that hard. You probably want to know about the ISBN numbers. You buy them from one place, which is Bowker, Bowker. And it's less expensive if you buy 10 at once. I think they're, I don't know, $35, $39 a piece now. If you need just one and you're not interested in writing more books, then just buy one. Or I've got a stock of numbers, and I'll be glad you can pay me for one number rather than needing to go through them, something of that nature. Let's see, where was I going with that? Okay, that is a charge. Library of Congress is not a charge. And the one thing great about the Library of Congress is when you go through and you fill out their forms online, It has a place for you to put all kinds of information about yourself, the book, the content, the value of the book to the reader. And that is picked up by the search engines. And so suddenly, if you fill out everything carefully, you've got a bunch of publicity already out there about your book, and you didn't really do anything, and it didn't cost you anything. So that is a way important thing to do. You'll need a barcode. Everybody wants to charge for barcodes. I happen to have a contact where there is no charge. You can also buy an app that makes barcodes, whatever you need. Of course, if you need just one, that's a problem. You get held up for the price of it. But if you get to that point, I'm hoping this free one will still work. I was skeptical at first because everybody wants to charge, but then we did it and it was perfect. And I tested it immediately to make sure that it was correct before publishing it. So I know that it is satisfactory. Let's see. Okay, let's talk a little bit about type. It is very popular right now to use very light sans typefaces. Probably not a good idea because it's not very legible. At least if you will use a sans face, make it full density rather than a 60 or 70% screen. So if it's gray, it's hard to read. Looking through the typefaces, what I generally do is select a few faces and print them out just on a business printer and see how they look and get other opinions. I talked earlier and then we lost the train. I lost my train of thought about alpha and beta readers. By the time you have some idea of the layout and maybe even something a little bit further along, that's when a beta reader is very helpful, particularly for the cover, the titling, and those things. And that's where a beta reader will say, well, I like this typeface or I don't, and getting maybe 3 or 4 opinions as to what seems most legible. You want people to read as well as look at the pictures. I think that's important. Hi there. In all of our work is you don't want the pictures to be ascendant or the text to be ascendant. You want it to complement each other. Okay. So the type size is also important. And the only way you can deal with that is to just do some samples and print them out and see how it looks. Generally, I wouldn't use anything less than 11-point type. Generally 12, 13 to 14 is quite acceptable. On the poetry portions of what I have done, I have made the point size a little bit larger and spaced the leading and the kerning a little differently. The kerning, as far as line length, I'm a stickler for having as few hyphenations at the end of a line as possible. And so I'm always fiddling with how close the letters are together and to try and make them work. I've even been known to change the the grammar, the letter or the word order, to make sure that there's as few breaks as possible. That's not ultimately possible, but I think it looks better. And as far as the leading between the lines, if it's too tight, that's where people can't see what's going on, and it's hard to read. I wanted to show one other thing about my book here, and dealing with sea of type. Can you tell what I have done? The first line of each paragraph I have emboldened and slightly, I think it was 2 points larger type than the text. And then I made a big space between the next one. And you can't see it here. I'm so sorry. So this, I got to tell you, the first line of each paragraph, I specifically worded something that was something that would excite the reader. And so if only what they saw was the bold, they were enticed to read further in that paragraph. And so it was a way to use the type and the wording as a hook to keep the reading going. Those people who I have had either write a review of the book or have been early beta readers, they all said they read absolutely every word, and that's unusual. A beta reader will say, well, I dipped into this, and they'll be honest. But they all said they read it all, and that's fascinating to hear it. So I know that I did something right. Now, you will have a different way, or you can take this idea. Granted, no problem, go ahead. But getting it so it's those examples that I showed you where there's this big block of type, forget it.
Which font did you use? What did you end up using?
Garamond.
Paramount?
No,
Garamond.
Garamond. Yeah. For the very simple reason that Garamond has maybe 20 different styles of serif, and so you've got all these different things that you can work with, and you can make it look different, but it's not really different. And and Garamond is so readable, and it's such a classic font.
Is that what is the word, sans serif, right? Where it doesn't have a bunch of.
Would be without the serifs, and Garamond is a serif font. Oh. I wanted to show you one other thing that I did in the wedding dresses book. Okay, this is the first page. So here we have the Shakespearean couple, and can you see that the type? Oh God, I'm going to get this right yet. I have used a decorative font as the title, and in this case, it is all italic. Throughout the book, each page has a different stylistic font. So yes, that's defying something that usually happens. And then, let me see, we're keeping going here. Where do I want to be? I'm going to find one of the pages that is.
You're breaking the rule of consistency because you have different fonts.
A little bit, but not much. Now, here's something. This is one, do you see it's not italic? And this is a poem that is not real positive. It's, why do I want this? And so I used non-italic font here. And on all the poems that are positive, it's italic. Same Garamond, but just the different uh, strictly the difference. That's all the difference there is. And then the titles, each one. And I've chosen something that looked like the content. So yes, this is very definitely breaking some rules here. Now for Joan, probably you should pick a decorative font that has kind of an island feel that goes with whatever you choose for the body of your text. But readability is absolutely paramount for your dance commentary. So that's oh golly, I mean, we could spend an entire day on just nothing but type. Getting tired here. Let's see, what else do I have here? Honestly, I think we have covered most of these things. There was one other thing about money that I wanted to mention, is that when you, the independent publisher, wants to put out a book, your printer, wherever that company may be, they will want a payment upon acceptance of the contract. Generally, I'm going to say anywhere from a third to a half. And at that point, then that's when you send them the finished material, and they give you the proof set of the entire book on inkjet, where at that point you have total control and you make changes. That's where you make your changes. But they do all of that based on that original money. And they will also send you dummies and any kind of test material, again, with that initial payment. And you will probably need to pay the total bill before they go to print. And if there's any other charge, if you need an additional proof, or who knows what you may need. But those things then are, so you will have paid up front. Now, because that's a little scary, let me tell you what I can do if you should wish. Because I now have a publishing mark, namely Photo Mirage Books, I don't charge for helping or for getting printing or doing anything of that nature. But if you feel that you need to have a mark on the book, I can happily put that under our mark. You're still controlling everything, and all you have to do is pay the printer. So if it's too scary to, well, see, the wholesalers won't take you if you're just an individual person. That's the other problem, is it's very hard to get in. It's very hard to get on Amazon as just one person. And so there's a strength in numbers, and I'm merely mentioning that. And yes, if somebody comes to me like the book I'm doing for the family group, yes, I am charging for that editing. I have spent almost now 3-person months on the text and the pictures. So yeah, you got to be remunerated for that, but not for this stuff that we're doing here. So I just wanted to tell you, I don't have a business and I don't have anything to sell. That's important. So then the next thing that's important is the worksheet of money. And, you know, print one out and just start filling it in, because things will become clearer. All this stuff you have to figure out, do I do it myself? And therefore, you have just oodles of time that you spend, but you didn't put out any money. And of course, all of us, we want to figure out how to, I mean, we don't want to spend money, And we want it the way we want it. That's the big thing. If you're going to get it the way you want it, you have to do it yourself. It's like if you want a tile floor laid that has a pattern in it, you got to stand there with the tile layer, or you ain't going to get what you wanted. It's as simple as that. No matter how willing to please, no matter how good the craftsman, you'll not get until you are the boss, you are the contractor, you got to stand there. Okay, so the things that you want to think about are how many copies, hardcover, softcover, all of the things we talked about. Do you have to pay someone for the layout? Because we know Photoshop, because we know the we're doing finger biting now. Oh, that's so cute. We know Photoshop and we know InDesign. I don't know it well, but I know it well enough. Do you want to give that up to someone? You may, but you want to direct that person. You can't leave it. You can't leave it loose. And so therefore you have to find a person who says, yes, I will work with you as a collaborative effort. Most of these people who want to do layout and design, they don't want your input. And that's the problem of going with the hybrid publishers that have, they think you know nothing. And of course, you know a great deal. You know more than most of them do. Okay. Do you need maps? Do you need a timeline? Do you need graphics? Do you need those things? Is that something you can do? I hope it is. As far as editing, right now, all you need to think about is that final line edit and proofreading. Now, when we talk about the different kinds of editing, there's a great deal of overlap. Line and copy editing loosely are the same thing. That means that somebody went through and said, okay, does this sentence make sense? They're not really looking for the content. They're not really looking for overall meaning or storytelling, but can I understand what was there? And that's a step above proofreading, which is strictly mechanical. Was everything in the right place? If you go with, well, there's the question of the dratted Oxford comma, whether you go with Associated Press style or Chicago style. Oh, what's going on?
Oh, I'm a fan of the Oxford comma, and I do enough with cards, whether it's a holiday card or a graduation announcement from a photo session. I will do what the client wants, but I always give them a proof with the Oxford comma. And there are people who are obviously very opinionated about that comma.
Well,
but I like it.
Strictly AP. My girlfriend proofreader is strictly Chicago style. But I am sorry to tell you that she is beginning to convince me that it is the right way to go. For our type of projects, it is definitely the right way to go. For the blog, AP is better. Go figure. Where it works very well is, for instance, in my art book, the author had a certain lists of, for instance, collectors of that he wanted to mention in a list of this person, this person, this person, and this person. Well, if the last two persons are married, no comma. But if they aren't, you absolutely have to have the comma in there for correct meaning. The first one I ran across was on literally page 2, and both of the last people were named Wolf, but they are not married. Therefore, a comma is absolutely required for meaning. So, you decide which works for you. And if you do poetry, the rules are out the window. You can do anything you darn well please. Okay, cover design. Most people who design covers charge at least $2,500. And therefore, this is up to you. You've seen a whole bunch of ones that don't work. And honestly, I'll bet you we would all be suitable beta readers. And if you give us 3 or 4 possibilities, we'll tell you what works and what doesn't. And I'll bet you get a consensus of opinion. So that's a big thing that I really hope you would be able to avoid. Do you need a consultant or business manager or person to get you into how to sell the books? You've all got your own contacts. So while you might think of a business plan, honestly, I think we are all flying by seat of pants pretty much, because we know people and we know where our market lies. We just got to get to it. And you can't afford to pay someone to do this for you. Plus the fact it's you that they want. Just like when you go out to do a portrait session, they want you. They do not want a studio associate. And that's, of course, why none of us could ever scale our businesses, because we are the business. It goes without saying. You need an agent. I believe I mentioned that for art books, you practically can't get an agent because the agents can't make any money. So in this case, what has happened is I'm using my girlfriends, like Joan, you would use your cousins, or Sandra, you use your group of your fellow travel bloggers, and Lisa's got more contacts than we know what to do with. Those are your consultants, basically, and the people who go out there and talk your book up to whoever they know. Printing, we talked about that. Shipping, oh my goodness. The stuff costs a fortune to ship, and it is going to be more because of the federal policies that are coming down, the taxes and the regulation. And so you have to ask right up front, what is the shipping? That is one of the reasons I was dealing with the Artful Dragon printing in Shenzhen, because it's all included. And you pay in US dollars to their US agent, who speaks English and is available by email and helps with problems. And so, yeah, thank you very much. Solves all the difficulty. Most of these companies overseas do have a US agent, and you can deal with that agent for problems. One thing that I was impressed with Artful Dragon was specifically, even though I was just pickier and all get out about the color and about how things looked, I began to be able to communicate email-wise directly to China, to People's Republic, and they responded in passable English, very passable English, and they were polite beyond belief. I mean, not that I wasn't careful and putting greetings and other things out there to them, but I was amazed at how, once they realized how much I was counting on it being as perfect as possible, they were wonderful. And that's, to me, that was everything. That I love the interface that I developed. So I will certainly use them again. We talked a little bit about website design, maintenance, and social media. All my contacts are telling me to drop WordPress and go for Squarespace. Have y'all heard anything about that?
As a blogger who does her own self-hosted site, I would never use something like Squarespace. I mean, it might be easier for some people who are not comfortable with it, but I build my own sites using WordPress. but it's a self-hosted WordPress site.
Okay, mine are WordPress at this juncture.
Self-hosted or WordPress org? There's a difference.
I'm not sure. I have my own domain that it's hosted under my name, but that's not what you mean.
Yeah, you can host it on WordPress like you could host it on Square, but what professional bloggers typically do is we use, it's basically the WordPress software that is what you're using to build the site, but you have it on a server where you're paying someone. Well, an example would be GoDaddy or HostGator. I use, something better than that, but those are self-hosted sites.
So I'm hosting elsewhere, using a couple of WordPress templates that I purchased, so not the usual one. The people that I am currently listening to say that the WordPress templates are mainly old-fashioned in their appearance, and that the possibility of having everything under one roof, namely your mailing list, they do the hosting and the domain, everything under one place, is an advantage. I have not made up my mind if that is, and then you do kind of need a hybrid blog and portfolio, sort of.
This is a complex thing to answer, but I can see the point that if you're not a blogger, and if you don't understand how to build a site and use, everything that you need to use, I can understand how you might want to go somewhere where they take care of a lot of that for you. But I make money on my sites, and I make money because I have the page views. Because I have a certain number of page views, I'm able to be part of an ad affiliate, and that's how I make money on that site. So I would not want to go somewhere where I don't have the ability to have it be as fast as I need it to be and to have the controls that I need to have. But that said, if there's a lot of work involved in all of that. So I could see the value for someone who's not trying to make money off of the site themselves, going to somewhere like Squarespace where they handle it all for you.
I use PhotoBiz for my website, and they keep adding things that goes under the umbrella, and that's where I do my blog. And my blog is just basically information, reaching out. So I'm not doing the advertising, so functions perfectly for me. It may change in the future. I don't know if I can keep up with my blog and be consistent with it. But it's nice for me just to have it all under the same umbrella as everything else.
And you're basically outsourcing some of it, so to PhotoBiz to handle things that you would otherwise.
Well, and then I like the template that I use, and I can change the template, and it's so user friendly for me. I'm not behind the scenes with the technical stuff, and it's so intuitive, and that's important for me. So I can just kind of do something on the side. Whereas I can see, I've never used WordPress, but I know a lot of people who, it's still a very popular program.
WordPress is fantastic, and you can make it look any way you like. Anything that you guys are describing on Square or PhotoBiz, I can do that using themes that I add in, and it's a combination of theme and WordPress. And WordPress now uses blocks. So I can do all of that, but it's taken me time to get to that level of education to know, just like Joan could teach us how to use our Wacom tablets.
I consider PhotoBiz part of my business team. They do what I need them to do, so I don't have to.
Right. You can't do everything. So you have to choose the things that that you want to do. And
just said something very wise. Thank you. Sandra, you use it all the time. I don't want ads. I don't want to make money. What to me would have been valuable, and I haven't made up my mind, is that it's less expensive having it all in one place rather than buying hosting here, buying domain here, buying a mailing program, and getting all of those things. And then because I don't do it, not even every week, then I have to get my mindset, and I have to look up my little tutorial and go for it again. And so to me, both the cost and the having it just one place was what was valuable. No, I don't think their templates are great. And of course, they don't have much variety, but the variousness is what we have to say. So that's the only reason I'm mentioning it. And I'm so glad that you have come up and expressed your alternative. You're the expert. I don't think
Little thing.
can compete. I mean, I certainly couldn't. I mean, Joan and Lisa, maybe you probably do more on your websites than I do. I don't like social media because I don't like their general what they have to say on a lot of these places. I get a little upset about it, but realizing that I need to do more myself. Of course, I didn't grow up with any of this. I'm so analog that it's ridiculous in how we do our things here. Let's see. Keep that in mind, Sandra, because we may call on you. I'd love
Anytime, my pleasure.
to see your site. So I didn't share anybody's email. Do you want me to do that? Would that be helpful? Would you like?
Yes, especially because we need Joan to contact us when she has that class going.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I think we need to con her into having one just for us. And then you can invite your friends too. But I think this would be very useful.
I just put the URL for my blog, for my travel blog on the chat.
I already made a note of that, of you mavens. Then I will share the other things too, or however, I'll do that this afternoon. I think we've got a relationship going here that we can probably be significant support to each other.
And Joan, when the book is published, we would like to all fly to Hawaii for a big publication party.
Wouldn't we all?
I get to bring the other half, I hope.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is great. Well, I mean, everything here, we're talking about really valuable work. I think probably the last things that I wanted to talk about is legal content, permissions, anything where I don't think any of us have something where we actually need a legal contract or permissions given. Lisa, if you were to get content from some of your Audubon people and that they are a co-author, it should be a written agreement. But loosely, you probably don't need anything. If you were to go to outside assistance, you need a contract for design or something of that nature. I'm so old, we always did business on a gentlewoman's handshake. And so my lady friend distributor and I, we don't have any contract whatever, which is ridiculous because we probably should and deal with that presently, but so far it's not really a necessity. I'm done. I've talked out. I don't know what else to tell you. So questions are welcome, and then where we go from here.
I have a question. How do you handle sales tax or, any of that end of things?
Sales tax will vary everywhere. So you need to look up what is appropriate in your state and local. Here's the way that I have handled it. Because I don't actually sell anything anymore. I gave up my tax licenses a long time ago. But Colorado has what they call a wholesale license, which permits me for the grand amount of $8 a year and one audit at the end of the year. That means that if I buy printing here locally for, say, greeting cards, I don't pay tax on that because it goes eventually to the distributor and to the retailer, and then the retailer, wherever that person or shop is, they charge tax. So yes, if, for instance, one of my husband's friends came by and wanted to buy a book. We fudged that. There's no two ways about it. He just gave me some cash and I gave him a book. It's one thing. It's not worth it either to the tax authority or to me to deal with this. So if you are strictly producing the work, but now how do you do it in your own businesses? Do you charge tax in areas? Well, this you can wrap it right into what you already do as far as that goes. Because I don't have a business. I gave up the corporate, I gave up everything. And so yes, it was a concern for me. Now my distributor, she doesn't have to do anything because she only is a middleman going to a wholesaler or going to an actual store, and then they charge tax. So he doesn't even have any liability at all. And it will vary in your state. And you've got to find out what they say. So that's my best thought. If you were to trying to think how we would do it when you're going not just cross state but across the ocean, well, it's really about the same way because
Right.
You're going to a retail store, a museum, the national park, whatever, and don't discount the possibility of talking to the folks at Pearl Harbor. You never know.
True. He has some imagery from when he was a little boy and they bombed Pearl Harbor, and has amazing stories from that. So
it is a possibility.
Yep.
And that is an extraordinary organization. Now let's look at one of us has a museum date and you're going to go signing books. The books belong to the museum. And so then you get your cut of that, whatever arrangement you have made. And you need to think about what percentage you need. You need to make a sales sheet. So we really didn't go into that because you can do whatever you darn well please. But most companies will ask for anywhere between 40 and probably 55% is what their take will be at the retailer. And it depends. Libraries are one because they generally either take a very small percentage, maybe even 25% or a third, or they go to a library supplier, which is a one-stop wholesaler dealing only with libraries. And what that company does, they acquire any book that is wanted, but then they prepare the book for library distribution, which has the protective cover. They have whatever security device is in the book, all of these other things, and they catalog it, and then they charge the library for that. So that's yet another place to go on that.
Do you go to the library service, or do you go to the libraries to see about selling books to the library?
Well, I would contact the library directly, but then most of the libraries have their one way or only a couple of ways where they buy, because they are civic or government institutions. And so often they will go to this library service, like Midwest out of Missouri. And then Midwest asks us for the book. Melissa sends the book. They pay us. They ask for a 30% commission, which is very nice. Thank you very much. So I made 70% on that book. And then they prepare it for the library and disseminate it back to whoever requested it. And then you know, a lot of the gift shops that are at national parks or what should I say, nature preserves, they often, the gift shop is not necessarily, it can be a subcontractor. And so you have to find out. And it just varies dramatically. It's almost never is it actually run fully by the institution. And you just have to go and ask them. So what else?
We got a lot of work to do.
I'm both excited to get started and exhausted at the same time.
Well, I was hoping to exhaust you because I'm done. I can't talk practically. But
Well, thank you for sharing all your knowledge.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This has been even more than what I could possibly have hoped for. So I really, really appreciate it.
write me a review on Goodreads or Amazon. that would be most nice, most kind.
Okay.
Well, I did order your book while we were in this workshop, so I can't wait. I wanted to have some real live examples of how.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Well, please feel free to steal any idea that is there that you can use to your benefit. And I will send out everybody's email and contact. And then as you have questions with all the handouts and the various things, by all means, just email me or call me up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's good to meet everyone.
Lovely meeting you all. Take
Maybe
care.
we'll see each other in person one day.
For sure.
Yes.
All right. Take care. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.